Woo! Good morning, friends. How are you today? I hope everybody's doing well. We are at day 15 of the Karen Reed Sham. We had a really eventful day yesterday. Um, New charges were brought on to Aiden Turtle Boy. Well, not new charges, but he was indicted on two very stupid older charges that I happen to have been let's just say witness to uh in person. And make sure that's not muted. Okay. um yeah uh yeah, it really just shows how much of a fucking cunt Chris Albert is, Colin Albert is. I mean, uh and then, of course, Cosgrove for even moving forward with it. uh and anybody signing off on that is just fucking dumb. Honestly, like I don't even have any other words for it. It's just ridiculous. And Liz gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Oh my god. Yeah, a lot of people kept asking that in Turtle Boy's chat last night. Well, how come Will wasn't charged too? Well, the simple answer to that is they don't want me. They're not interested in me, and they don't give a fuck about what happened. They are just looking for anything they can to nail Aiden with. That's it. If that's not proof, then I don't know what is. I mean, now the charges against me wouldn't even stick. I didn't say anything. Like I just looked at a camera and blew it a kiss. Like I guess alcohol hits some people different than other people, and Aiden, I knew just as well, or at least assumed the same thing that I did, which was that there was no audio. But what it goes to prove is that Aiden was doing a bit for our own benefit. We were doing this to entertain ourselves and the people that we were with. There was a couple of other people with us, and we were just in a very funny, silly mood. So, I mean, there's nothing that they could say as far as what are they going to charge me with? Accessory to intimidation? Are you fucking kidding? So, I mean, there's that, but it also shows that they
All right,
just
so Mr. Clerk, you
aren't
say
even
council
interested in
wants to see
anything but
me?
nailing Aiden and railroading
Okay,
Aiden.
why don't I see council?
They have a
sidebar?
hard on for him. It's really stupid. And all they're doing is showing firsthand to the world that they're abusing their power. I mean, the the law that was used that they weaponized against him is unconstitutional in and of itself. Every lawyer will tell you that. Every lawyer worth a shit will tell you that. Not a lawyer on court TV, but literally every other fucking lawyer will tell you that. There was no crime committed. That's the whole thing. It's like, it's a miracle that they're even charging Aiden with that. He wasn't doing anything to intimidate anyone. We were doing fucking T-Rex hands, for fuck's sake. How the fuck is that intimidating? Oh my gosh. Mr. O'Keefe is there. I haven't seen him in a minute, it feels like. There's Bill. Janet, of course. my unofficially adoptive parents. They're just the coolest people in the world, man. Oh, was he there once last week? I don't know. I must have missed that. Sorry, guys. I got other stuff going on today that's just kind of distracting, so I apologize in advance. Um, but today is supposed to be a half day, I believe. So, um, that's good for me, if I'm being honest. Evan. See this dude right here? Really, really awesome person, man. Really, really nice guy. Really like this guy a lot. Very, very kind, very polite. I wonder who the gentleman is with Mr. O'Keefe. Well, I mean, that's a good thing. Yeah. Now, this is as I understand it from a source that I have. The kids will be testifying today. Um so um the kids will be testifying today. So we're gonna have I think I figured out we'll watch a video or something. We'll just hang out while the kids testify because they're not gonna show it. You're not even gonna hear it. And rightfully so. I'm glad. Because I'm pissed off that they're even having to deal with this in the first place. Oh my god, I'm paused. I'm so sorry, guys. My head is not in the game today. But at least it's still sidebar. So we didn't miss anything. Thank you, Cherry, for catching that. No, I don't see Grant in there. Oh yeah, that is Grant. That's Grant on the very end next to DePietro. And then you have somebody I don't recognize, and then Sue O'Connell, and then somebody else I don't recognize, and then somebody else I don't recognize, and then it's Ted Daniel. But yeah, I love it. I mean, yeah, I know. I get it. I know. Um Now this is the kind of thing that makes me feel this is coordinated, because the only way this is very these are the kind of things that I catch. I can't tell if Jess Machado's in there. I don't see her. No. Um Unless that's her next to DePietro. Um but there's uh is it a coincidence that the kids are testifying and the only okay, because I mean, let's face it, Karen Reed is being railroaded by the whole Norfolk County local government. Yes or no? I mean, we're all in agreement there, right? We're all in agreement that Bev shouldn't even be putting on this sham, right? So, is it so far fetched to think that it's not a coincidence that the people sitting in the press right now are people all spinning the narrative that Karen Reed is guilty? And is it coincidence on the day that the two minor children are going to testify and we won't get to hear it and we'll have to take the press's word for what's said in there? Is that unfair? Is that paranoid? Is that
All right, so
all right for the court, please? Yeah, like hopefully the dude with his head down was Ted Daniel, because we can count on Ted Daniel to at least report accurately. For the most part. Yeah, man. I'm really glad that Mr. Bob Mata from Defense Diaries came on here yesterday and spoke with me. I really enjoyed that conversation. I look forward to having more in the future. Now, while we're waiting, some really good news on the boots on the ground front, on the support for Karen Reed outside of the courthouse front buffer zone situation. The Supreme Court has ruled that Bev has 48 hours as of yesterday to lift the buffer zone restriction. It is unconstitutional, and the people won. The people fucking won, man. I absolutely love Mark Randazza. I love that Mark Randazza came through the way he did, man. Like, I mean, he's a lawyer and he was hired to do a job and he did his job. But the thing is that Randazza stands out because he's passionate about this issue. And he doesn't hold back and he doesn't put on some bullshit. Like in his motions, he's colorful. And I love that. Like, I I could read Bob Alessi motions all day. I could read um Federer letters all day. I could read Mark Randazza motions all day. Like, they're just fucking awesome. They're just awesome. They're just fun reads. Yeah, this is just a lot of really good things. Because the thing is all of these bad things, you guys got to understand, man. There's all these bad things that keep happening in this case, and that make us so angry. But what's been proven is that every single time somebody fights back, there's a win. Like, think about it. I mean, look, like what happened? What would happen if everybody was just like, oh, well, Judge Bev said so, so fuck it. What would happen if Jason Grant, Allison, his wife, and the other two people that were named on that lawsuit, what would happen if when Judge Bev made her buffer zone ruling that they would have just went, hey, you know what? Judge said so. She's the one in power. There's something that is always going to be a thing. If you want independence, two things that you can always count on. Somebody's always going to try to take your independence from you. Always. It's just something that's naturally going to happen in human society. Someone's going to try to take your independence from you. Somebody's going to try to take your freedom from you. That's always going to happen. And if you value your independence, the other thing is if you value your independence and you value your freedom, then you're going to have to learn how to say, fuck you, no. That's it. You're going to have to learn how to say, fuck you, no. Be comfortable saying, fuck you, no. And mean it when you say, fuck you, no. And that's what the boots on the ground people did. They said, fuck you, no. I have a right to wear what I want to fucking wear, stand wherever the fuck I want to stand, hold a sign saying whatever the fuck the sign says, and especially I have the right to wave a fucking American flag in front of a fucking American courthouse. Of course. Somebody has to say, fuck you, no. And the thing is, you have to understand that win, one hand washes the other, because that was something that was really, really, really dangerous. What Bev did was a really, really, she could have set a very dangerous precedent. And what it took was for people to hire Mark Randazza to respectfully tell the court, fuck you, no. But now this case is going to be cited. Anytime someone tries to take someone's personal freedoms away in that resembles this fashion, this case is going to be cited as an example of why it's unconstitutional and why we have the rights that we have. It's on record. It's etched in stone now. What Mark Randazza did, what Jason and Allison and the other two did. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting their names and I feel like a dick. I'm sorry about that. But what they did was they made history. They literally made history. Because now this case, whenever somebody tries to fuck with somebody's civil rights in a similar fashion, this case is going to get cited. Samantha and Lisa. Thank you, Dina. I appreciate that. So if it wasn't for Jason, Allison, Samantha, and Lisa, that could have set a precedent where somebody could have cited Beverly Cannoni's decision and used it. Now, if somebody tries to use it, somebody can come along and say, no. But she lost that, ultimately. That judge lost that. They took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled in the people's favor. That is so important. So important. I'm not even sure if they understand how important it is. And I hope they do. Because they're fucking heroes. In that sense, Jason, Allison, Samantha, Lisa are fucking heroes for standing up to Judge Beverly Cannoni and fighting that buffer zone. Ew, I hear Hank whispering. You hear that shit? Fucking gives me the willies. Fucking guy.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also
Maybe.
able to follow the
That's a
instructions
possibility.
and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case?
Thank you.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, may I?
Yes.
This guy fucking sucks,
Commonwealth
dude.
seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
First clip, the Commonwealth.
Oh my
seeks
God,
to instruct the
dude.
jury.
Shut up.
Is clip 20.
This is his whole case, by the way. This is his whole case. Are these stupid fucking clips taken out of context?
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
Look at it. They cut her off
Commonwealth.
in mid sentence. They cut it
Show
off
Clip 19.
because what they were trying to do right there is act like, oh, she said we're never breaking up. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Ryan. And I'm not sure if he knew, he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
Okay, so now they're calling in John's niece. So we're just gonna come back to this because man, that is so infuriating. I okay, so like I just had this thought, like little personal. I had this stepfather growing up, and we didn't get along at all. Now that I'm older, I feel like had he not passed when he did, that we would have grown to understand each other a little better. Like me today and him, we'd have probably a better understanding of each other. I have a better understanding of him today, is what I mean. But the things that I didn't like about him and the things that made me dislike him are valid. It's just a lot of it was me as to why I disliked him for them. But it just reminded me because like I just laughed out of anger. And I've never done that. Like I don't ever really do that, or I just don't catch myself doing it. If that's the case, I can nervous laugh. I do that sometimes, but he used to do that, and it drove me crazy because I didn't know. Like he was the kind of guy that you just never knew when he was going to be in a bad mood, and he was usually in a bad mood, and like you were always walking on eggshells with him, and when he got really angry, he would bust out laughing hysterically like the Joker, and it was fucking scary. it was fucking scary to a kid. It was scary, um and now it's like, I mean, I'm old enough now, where generally you just get it, you know what I mean? Everybody kind of has their own thing, and yeah, like now I kind of get it, well, it's not horrible, it's just when you're a kid you don't get it, you know what I mean? Like my brother, he knew it was weird, but it didn't bother him, you know what I mean? It bothered me, but like he knew it was weird, but it didn't really bother him. It seemed like it was just something that we could laugh at, you know. Like my brother had a certain respect for him that I didn't, because I just didn't understand him. But like they had similar views on politics and things like that, economics, very similar views on things like that, and so they understood each other in that sense. But um for the most part, my brother and I are only 2 years apart. He's older, and he we would laugh at him. We would just make fun of him, um but I couldn't stand him, you know. But we would make fun of him behind his back, and 'cause he he was something else. He had imagine John DePietro's hair, but worse. And he'd get mad. I remember he would get mad, and uh because he would put a lot of hairspray. He had a comb over that would circle around. I had never seen that before. I had never seen that before. You know what I mean? It was weird to me. And so like I didn't and it fooled me at first, you know. So what it freaked me out was when it was a windy day and it blew his hair all over the place. And and his hair looked like Ernie McCracken from Kingpin. When he was like about to bowl that last strike and win the tournament at the end of Kingpin. Like it looked just like that. Just like that. And these were things that made it very easy to make fun of him. One of those things. And you know, man, I don't know what my mom thought was hot. I don't know. But yeah, we didn't get along, you know. And he came into our lives at a really, really difficult time, really, honestly. So like he didn't really, you know, he got himself into something that he didn't really think through very well. And it was a rough time for like me and my mom and my brother. You think the defense should cross the kids? I don't think the defense should cross the kids at all. I'll tell you why. Because here's the thing. It's easy to say yes or no whether or not the kids should be crossed because we don't know what the direct examination consists of. We don't know what the questions Hank is asking are. So it's easy to sit here and just in theory, because you know what I mean? But in theory, not knowing what direct is, what those questions Hank is going to throw at these poor kids is going to be, I'm going to go ahead and say it's a bad idea. Just generally, since I think it's a bad idea for them to be on the stand in the first place, it's a bad idea for the defense to contribute to it at all. And I feel like this is a good strategy only because they don't need to. With all of the other cross-examinations that they've already done, they have an opportunity here to make Hank Brennan look like the villain for bringing those kids onto the stand. Hank Brennan, the defense has an opportunity to step back and let Hank Brennan shoot himself in the foot in front of that jury and make the jury just go, oh, God, this Hank guy really gets under my skin. He did not need to call those kids up. You know what I mean? So if the defense senses even a whiff of that shit, then nope, no questions, Your Honor. That's exactly what my GED from the Law Institute of stuff. That's the first thing I learned, bro. Okay, just so you guys know. Everything, the only thing, I should word it like this. The only thing that matters in a court, in a courtroom, in a trial, is what the jury sees, hears, and how they perceive it. That's it. It's all the jury. So if all they have to do, if Hank Brennan, if they sense from the jury that it's like, why the fuck are these kids up here? If they even sense that, I wouldn't ask one question. But again, that's my opinion based on not knowing what questions are being asked of these kids. And Yannetti, I would bet money that somebody, whoever would have been in charge of this cross, and if they decline to cross-examine the kids when they walk out of that courtroom today, and the press hounds them and asks them questions, you're going to hear the defense absolutely criticize Hank Brennan for calling those kids up there the way David Yannetti did last year, because David Yannetti did not hold back. As soon as they asked him, he was like, I thought it was completely and totally inappropriate to call those kids up. They've been through way too much already. They're going through too much. All right. So I was going to do something here. Sorry, guys. I'm very distracted today. I apologize for that. Now we're just going to watch this in its entirety because and hopefully these testimonies won't take long. But we're going to watch this in its entirety. We saw clips of it on Turtle Boys the other night.
Welcome, folks, to Dedham, Massachusetts. We're live down the street from the courthouse where Karen Reed is on trial once again, murder charges. It doesn't get any more serious. And this hour, we're talking about a case, and the subject of our investigation tonight is the reaction to this case.
I mean, I do think it's cool that they're doing this live show, which is like a Vinnie Politan live show. I like that.
Been so much different than like any other case I've ever covered in more than 2 decades. Yes, I dye my hair silver now. For more than 2 decades of court TV, because people are so passionate about their views of this case. And it's manifested itself in many different ways. It's manifested itself on social media to the extreme, but also here in Dedham outside the courthouse. Here's the story.
The tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe on a snowy January night in 2022 has spiraled into one of the most controversial criminal cases in recent Massachusetts history. Found unresponsive outside 34 Fairview Road in Canton, John's injuries led prosecutors to charge his girlfriend, Karen Reed, with second-degree murder. But from the start, questions swirled. Evidence gaps, alleged conflicts of interest, and law enforcement connections to the home where O'Keefe was found sparked widespread doubt. In response, the Free Karen Reed movement emerged, gaining traction both online and in person. Supporters believe she's being framed, claiming a cover-up by those meant to uphold the law. With passionate protests outside courtrooms and viral videos dissecting the case, the movement has turned into a national conversation about truth, justice, and trust in the system. As Karen Reed's retrial continues, the spotlight on this deeply divided case only intensifies.
Returning here to Dedham, Massachusetts has been interesting. I was here last year for the first trial of Karen Reed and experienced something outside the courthouse I've never seen before in this type of case. So today, first day in Dedham, I decided to go back to...
It was a dick move, though, because like a few of the boots on the ground people who met Vinny told me that like he refused to take pictures with people wearing pink. Like, dude, come on, man.
To the courthouse, take a look around to see what's milling, not inside the courtroom, but outside the courthouse.
This year, this is where Karen Reed and the defense team pull up every morning. They get out of the black SUV, and then they begin their way over here towards the courthouse. And they walk right down this sidewalk and go up those stairs. It's a quick little trip. Last year, though, a much different scene. Last year, she was pulling in across the street and would be greeted by dozens and dozens of supporters each and every morning. So now I am much closer to where everyone was last year. So you go from the courthouse, you cross the street, and this is the area where everyone was last year, because this was where the buffer zone sort of ended right here. And then this whole green patch and the sidewalk became the place where the Karen Reed supporters would congregate early, they would stay late, and each morning they would greet Karen Reed.
It was very, very different being outside that courthouse. And that brings me to the first question in our investigation. And I think this is a pretty important one. Where are the Karen Reed supporters? I know where they were last year, but where are they now? Joining me, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Here he is I look to my left, he's on my right. Also with us, longtime Massachusetts attorney Rick Rundy. Here he's next to me over here, prosecuted in that courthouse, and I covered that trial. We didn't have a lot of people outside, but there are a lot of people interested in the case. Yep. They just weren't carrying signs. Okay, also with us, Karen Reed supporter Nick Rocco and Wayne Dennison. You know him from a big trial, the Johnny Depp trial. He was on the winning side of that one. Great to have you all here. All right, before we answer this question, and Nick, you know I'm going to you on this, take a look, because I did find some Karen Reed supporters today.
Now I'm standing on the other side of the courthouse in the other part of the buffer zone. And what's interesting this year is that you have folks gathering on this side, which seems to be a little closer to the courthouse. If you look to my left, you'll see folks gathered. They're watching the trial live. They're wearing green to support Turtle Boy and a lot of pink to support Karen Reed.
All right, Nick, let me begin with you, because the supporters, do you feel that the same level of support is there this year locally? I'm not talking about online. I know what's happening online, but here locally.
Yeah, I would say if not more. I mean, the reason why you don't potentially see everybody out there, pretty much one reason, where everybody was hanging out and being a part of this was
the fucking buffer zone, bro.
Now moved to 300 feet. So you can't be as close as you were. You're basically on this small sidewalk with barriers between a fence and the street. So, and the reason why that was moved 300 feet was because Judge Beverly Canoni had said that a previous juror had stated that they could hear some of the protesters inside the courthouse
which is
while
bullshit.
They were deliberating.
Fucking lie.
And we actually found out in a new motion filed in the First Circuit, a juror had filled out an affidavit for that was actually a lie. So that's something developing right now as well.
Unbelievable. Wayne, I want you to take a look at this, because right now, Cody Thomas is in town with me. You know him. And we're going to take a look at the Cody cam, because he took a walk today from the courthouse to the new area where some of the folks have been getting together in the morning. And I think this video really demonstrates just how far away it is. So as we watch this, Wayne, you were at the Johnny Depp trial. Johnny Depp, what were the rules there? Were there rules for the folks?
No.
Yeah, there were.
Because they were supporting Johnny Depp, I believe.
There were a number of people supporting Johnny Depp. There were rules, but you had to keep people away from the courthouse doors. But by and large, people could protest, and they could use their First Amendment rights and say what they wish. And there were hundreds of people out front, and you were there. There were hundreds of people at all times.
Hundreds and hundreds cheering on Johnny. Matt, it's so different this year, isn't it? It's like a different flavor for me outside.
Well, it's a different flavor inside too. Very different trial 1, trial 2. But what we're talking about right there outside the courthouse, you see a lot of pictures of people standing on the steps, holding those signs and everything. That wasn't during the trial. What we are seeing is just the buffer zone pushed out. And I can tell you, I'm at the courthouse each and every day. I'm seeing the people being split, what you would normally see together. And also, Karen Reed doesn't spend her lunch break in the same spot. She doesn't walk through the gauntlet to the church in that area that you're looking at in video right here. So, I mean, yes, there's fewer people, but I'm seeing different faces every day, to be honest with you.
Rick, what have you ever seen anything like this in Massachusetts, number one? And what's going on here?
No, I haven't. But first, let me say, Matt and I have been being confused all night. So you're not the first one there. So, and Matt's going to have something to say to you later, I think. So, no, I haven't seen anything exactly like this previously. But again, this was, the real straw that stirred this was Turtle Boy. And this is a person behind a keyboard, answerable to nobody. So you don't have that filter of the media that is drawing their story from something other than their keyboard. And that's what really stirred the crowd there. And then having it right in front of the courthouse there. And
what the fuck is this guy even talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe I'm misunderstanding him.
Straw that stirred this was, but again, this was, the real straw that stirred this was Turtle Boy. And this is a person behind a keyboard, answerable to nobody. So you don't have that.
I mean, that's true. Answerable to fucking nobody. We agree on that. Me, answerable to fucking nobody. Go fuck yourself. But what does that have to do with the buffer zone? What the fuck are you even talking about?
Have that filter of the media that is drawing their story from something other than their keyboard. And that's what really stirred the crowd there. And then having it right in front of the courthouse there, in front of the cameras.
He's completely talking out of his ass, it sounds like.
That's drawing the crowds in more. So, there were people there that supported Karen Reed, and there were people there that got on the bandwagon because it was fun. They're getting out there and they're getting part of a crowd and they're on TV.
So you're not thinking all the supporters are supporting Karen Reed or in for a party, a ride here? Is that what you're saying, Rick?
To some degree, I think they genuinely become supporters of Karen Reed. Yes, but.
All right, listen, I'm going to say some shit that's probably going to get me in trouble. What else is new? But whatever. Listen. This dude right here, first of all, whatever he says doesn't fucking matter because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So, but based on what he is saying, now, again, coming from him, it means dick. But like, one thing that I have noticed following this case for a year and a half, there have been people who have revealed themselves to be in this for social reasons. That is absolutely true. But it's not the majority as what he's talking about. That's not the reason why there's less people out there. The only reason is exactly what Nick Rocco explained. That buffer zone definitely fucked with morale. It definitely did. No doubt about it. I saw it with my own eyes. I hung out with the people out there. I know exactly what the fuck is going on. And then there's a lot of fucking, yes, and Cherry is absolutely right. There's a lot of fucking drama queens. Now, here's the problem with that. I don't like being like, oh, well, the thing is like, before you form an opinion about the boots on the ground, people being out there or not being out there, before you do that, before you form an opinion on anybody who's doing that, first of all, you better be somebody who's actually fucking been out there. Because I'm telling you right now, I've been out there just for a fucking day. I've spent half days out there, whatever. I spend as much time out there when I'm in the courtroom, as much time as I can outside with the supporters, because to me, they're the real heroes. But you got to understand is like that shit is exhausting. Standing out there, holding signs, that shit is fucking exhausting. And these people do that every hearing. Scott McGinnis, how he does it, I have no idea. The only thing that I can imagine is his simple drive and passion for the right thing. That is something that you cannot minimize. So it's easy to go, well, you know what, man? Quit being fucking drama queens, you know what I mean? And fighting amongst each other. Dude, that shit is going to cause tension. Those circumstances of standing out there all the time, interacting with the same people all the fucking time, just standing there, seeing the Commonwealth do what it does every single day, being pissed about it, that's going to cause tension. So some people are going to go, some people are going to show their true colors and be like, well, I was out here just for, like I'm pissed off because I wasn't invited to a party, so I'm not going out there anymore. You know what I mean? So it's like that kind of shit. It's easy to go, well, fuck you, but I could also kind of see why they're upset. They're wrong for being upset about it. They're wrong for it because they're contradicting their actions. But I get it. I do get it. Because you do want to feel appreciated for the things that you do. I get it. But what I'm saying is, this is a small minority of the population of people that support Karen Read out there in front of the courthouse. A very, very, very small number of them. But yeah, the thing is a buffer zone. And yes, the whole point, truly the whole point of being in front of the courthouse is to show Karen's support and her team. That is the whole point, which they can't really do when Karen comes walking up like they used to do. Because it's always, we love you, Karen. We love you, Karen. Go get him, Karen. Go get him. How you feeling today, David? How you feeling today, Alan? How you feeling today, Bob? All of that shit is always happening. Your hair looks great today, Liza. Can't wait to see you guys kick ass. Like that, they don't get to do that now. And that's important to them. So to them, they're just like, well, what are we going to stand out in front of a fucking sidewalk? Like in front of some business that's down the street? Some feel that way and they feel it's pointless. Others feel like, okay, well, yeah, there's a good point to that. But if we all did that, there'd be no support for Karen out here at all. The support for Karen, there has to be a presence of it, no matter what. And that's where the people like Scott McGinnis come in. That's where the people like Dina come in. They're above and beyond. It's not that anybody is any less. It's that the folks out there like Brandy, like Scott, like Dina, who are always out there no matter what, they are above and beyond what's expected. It's not that the other people aren't living up to it. There are circumstances, and I understand them. I understand because, yes, believe it or not, the cameras are important. A lot of the reason why people show up there in numbers is so that the cameras catch them and it inspires the people watching so they'll come out. Or so they'll go to work and talk about it around the water cooler. or somebody who happens to be a college professor or a high school civics teacher gets inspired by it and teaches their students and says, let's follow this case, makes it that's exactly what would happen. If this case was public when I was being taught civics in grammar school, if this case was going on, the way the education system was back then, my teacher would have totally been like, we're following this case every day. We would have watched the trial all day. She would have had us write a report on it. And I was in the most remedial classes there are, dude. You know what I'm saying? The most basic. I had a personalized education plan where I sat in smaller classrooms so that I could pay better attention. And I know this case would have been like, okay, remember we talked about the Constitution? Check this out. And I want a report on your opinions on what took place, summary. That's totally what would have happened. And the support for Karen Reed would have been a subject in and of itself. It would have been a point of conversation alone. An IEP, yes. They didn't call it that back then. They called it that for my kid when he was in school, but they didn't call it that back then. They just called it special ed. Short bus stuff. But I didn't have to ride a short bus. But yeah, man. I mean, basic stuff. But this guy, yeah, of course. Some of them are like, what's the point? We're not going to be seen. Because they want to inspire people. There's nothing wrong with that. There's really nothing wrong with their purpose, their reason for wanting to be out there is to be on camera and hopefully inspire other people. There's nothing wrong with that. If they feel like there's no point, okay. But the thing is you have people who are fighting anyway. Yeah, new buffer zone seriously hurt numbers down here, Scott says. A completely different dynamic. Not only lost ground, no one allowed buffer zone to congregate and see Karen and her team like trial one. Right. And that was a big deal to a lot of them. A lot of them just wanted to be close to Karen just to get a glimpse of her and say hello and say, you look great. You inspire us so much. Thank you for fighting and doing what you do. And Karen has been very public about saying that this has given her strength. You think it's a coincidence that now that she doesn't have that to the level that she used to, that this isn't, you don't think that this is some sort of way to keep her spirit down? Everything that's happened in this case in trial 2, everything leading up to it, everything that's happened in this case has been from the government, has been an attempt to railroad Karen Reed's defense, attempt to sabotage her defense, to break her spirit, and an attempt to sabotage her defense. But this guy's talking about how people are just in it for the cameras. No, man. Like, the cameras are important. There's a reason behind some of those people and a lot of those people being like, yeah, what's the point? People want to be part of something. And it sucks, because there are people who are like, we ain't got no quit. And God bless all of those we ain't got no quit folks. And here's the thing about that. There's so much focus here on this Court TV episode that we're watching. There's so much focus on it that we're forgetting they're acting like if Karen Reed, they're acting like if there aren't people out front of the courthouse supporting Karen Reed, then Karen Reed, her support is diminishing. No, this buffer zone, all it did was affect appearances, because I have new subscribers, new viewers every single time I talk about this. Melanie Little has more viewers every single time she talks about this. JFK, Nurse Kim, Jimmy, Auntie Deb, Turtle Boy, everyone who's been talking about this case as much as they have are getting more and more viewers. Why? Because more and more people are becoming aware of it. More and more people are dropping TikTok videos going, oh my God, the Karen Reed case. Are you guys watching? Holy crap. More and more of those TikTok videos are coming out. That's today, man. That's the times. So Judge Beverly Cannoni can set this buffer zone and affect what cameras see, but you can't deny the numbers. You can't deny that every single time somebody puts up a poll for whether or not they think Karen Reed is guilty or innocent, you can't deny that every single time the majority votes that she's not guilty. Well, right. No, and I feel like there are definitely opportunists that are like, oh, everybody's talking about this, so I'm going to talk about it too. It's an easy way to get numbers for my YouTube channel. Yeah, there's a few people that I've noticed. Like, I'm not going to name them by name, but there's one creator that just pissed me off, and right now is totally being the opportunistic person that I always defended them for when they were accused of being opportunistic, and I always defended them. And I went to this person, these two people, as a matter of fact. Judge Bev had 48 hours in counting. Right. Thank you, Decline. Hell yeah. And I got on their panel. And on that panel, I sent them Sleuthy Goosey spreadsheet. And I said, well, I don't want to give it away. I was like, you guys need to look at this. Please look at this. All right. Yeah. And then when certain other creators' numbers started going up that they were buddies with, they started talking about it. And now, second trial coming around, everybody's talking about it. They're talking about it. And they're so outraged. But you knew about it. I told you about it a year and a half ago. Why weren't you outraged then? All the same information that's coming out right now, you had. So there's always going to be those people. And that's fine. Because at the end of the day, that's still more people that are viewing them that are getting pissed off about it. Give a fuck. That's one person who I have not the best respect for in regards to how they're covering this case and why they're covering the case. That's fine. Doesn't matter. What matters is the thousands of people that are watching it that are pissed off. That's what matters. So the fact that they're accumulating that kind of audience, they're using their large platform to make people more aware of something. And if they want to give fake outrage to sell it, fine. I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't give a fuck. If you're a YouTube creator or a fucking news anchor and you fake your outrage, I don't give a fuck as long as people fucking buy it and get genuinely pissed off about it. You don't mean shit. The people who you attract and watch and support you do. I mean absolutely fucking nothing without the people in this chat. Without the people in this chat, I am nothing but some dumb, underachieving asshole. Without this chat. That is a fact. That's not even me being hard on myself. That is a fact. No, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I'm not like beating myself up here. I'm just being accountable. It's simple. I'm just taking a basic accountability for my life choices. I made bad life choices. It's that simple. Now, I believe everything happens for a reason because look, here I am. Got a YouTube channel. I found my niche. I'm doing well, doing better with myself than I've ever done in my life. I found something that works for me. What I'm saying, though, is the fact is, without an audience, I am just an underachieving asshole with a big mouth. Ask anybody who grew up with me. They'll tell you the same thing. They'll tell you the same exact thing. Right. I mean, I'm not denying that. I'm saying you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. Don't look at it from the perspective of, oh, well, you're hard on yourself. Look at it from the perspective of the audience is what matters. That's the point I'm trying to make. You guys matter. You guys, word of mouth. Dude, like imagine Karen Reed is a product, right? Imagine the Karen Reed case is a product. The most powerful tool in marketing is what? Anybody who's ever been in sales knows this. What is the most powerful tool in marketing that anybody will tell you when they know their shit? There it is. There it is. That is common knowledge. No, sex sells. That's true, but it's not the most powerful. No, word of mouth. Word of mouth is the fuel. Word of mouth is everything. That's it. And that's happening. So it's absolutely fucking irrelevant how many people are outside of that courthouse right now. But once that buffer zone is lifted, I guarantee you're going to see a lot more people out there. Guarantee you. Guaranteed.
If you ask them some of the particulars about the case, they're no Nick Rocco.
Well, I would have to strongly disagree with that. I talked to many people, and they know the facts of this case. And the reason why they're there is because they see the injustice of what's going on. And everybody has the same goal. They want Karen Reed to be free, and we do want justice for John O'Keefe. And I know it's a divided line, but both sides do want the same thing, justice for John O'Keefe. But ultimately, one side, majority of the people, know and see what's going on, and very few want to believe that Karen Reed did this.
I don't think you're going to see the same buffer zone, though. The First Circuit has ruled. The First Circuit did not reverse, but they vacated the order that denied the preliminary injunction that limited the buffer zone and pushed it even further out. If you read the writing on the wall of the First Circuit decision, they're telling this judge that there is a way to make a buffer zone that is closer than the existing buffer zone.
Right.
And I have every expectation that the federal judge will, in fact.
Well, here's one of the things. What impact does that? Why don't we take a listen to one of Karen Reed's supporters, Scott McGinnis, who I
Yeah.
talked to, talking about the
boy.
impact of this new buffer zone.
It's a lot more narrower down here. Some of the local residents aren't happy about us being down here.
Do you feel that it's deterred people from coming out?
In a little way, it does, because a lot of people were coming down in trial one, and we had all that space up there.
Get him,
We had all that room.
Let them know.
So people that are coming now have to rough it a lot more. So it has brought down the
they were
numbers a
boring.
little bit. But we had a good crowd here Thursday. We had a lot of rain last week. And obviously this is a beautiful day, but a lot of people can't be down here every day. So it's definitely a lot different atmosphere this time around because we don't have the space that we had previous.
And that's a big deal, Matt. I mean, it's a much different area where they are during the day now.
But also, Karen Reed's not walking through the group of people this time around. She is taking a side street that is currently within that buffer zone area. So her car, her exit is not in the middle of all of that. So I think that is your biggest change, actually.
Yeah, and have you had any reaction from the defense, like not having that every morning?
Now, y'all can shit on Vinny and Court TV all you want. Now, Court TV as a whole, I'm with you for the most part. But I think that Vinny has some say over what his coverage is going to be. And I think that this was incredibly helpful to do this live event, this live event as an episode of Vinny's segment on Court TV in regards to this case, and do it in Dedham near the courthouse, and the subject being the support outside the courthouse for Karen. So this is powerful. This episode probably could have really inspired some locals to have come out. You know what I mean? I don't know if it has. Scott would have to confirm that, but hold on. I just want to make sure. All right. I have to keep the other one up in the background so that I can see when they're coming back to court.
Well, the defense
is it a plus
also,
or a minus?
The defense also has a gag order, right? So
they can't even tell you.
They can't even tell you. So it's only Karen Reed that's able to speak to the media. And towards the end, when we were in verdict watch, Vinny, you remember this, they stopped answering any questions and they were having problems getting through the crowd at that point in time. Now Karen Reed stands at the steps at the courthouse each and every day and either answers one or two questions or says no comment, and then they move on. That's a big difference.
Yeah, huge difference this year. All right, good news. Everyone is staying for the hour. We've got a live studio audience with us. You'll hear from them a little bit later on in the program. We're live in Dedham. Coming up next, is the buffer zone too restrictive?
You had guys detain me last week. I asked you to leave.
No. Are you leaving? Are you leaving? She's leaving.
Is Karen Reed a killer girlfriend?
She's guilty.
Or the scapegoat in an elaborate cover-up?
Karen Reed was free. We know who did it.
The Karen Reed murder retrial. Live coverage weekday mornings, 8/7 Central on Court TV.
Just look at that touch from Trinity Rodman. Saturday night. When she is on the field, she changes the game. Saturday night. Saturday night is our night.
Then we go to the small town court. Protest on the buffer zone.
That's the statement.
Yes, everybody in America should be concerned about that. I could protest closer to the Trump White House right now, legally, than I can get to the small town courthouse. How does she have that much power?
In the world we live in, we're supposed to be able to say and do as we want, and then you have us standing here. You can't wear this, you can't wear that. Like, I'm human.
Yeah, dude. It's that simple.
All right, Cody Thomas with the Cody Cam. Speaking to the folks downtown Dedham. Welcome back. So this buffer zone, there's an area where you can't wear Karen Reed stuff. You can't hold a sign. You can't wear a T-shirt. You can't scream out loud. And if you do, there's a lot of troopers that are right in front of the courthouse. So lo and behold, today, our cameraman, Peter Noel, was in front of the courthouse, didn't have his camera loaded, but had his cell phone. And all of a sudden, this happened.
Did we have an issue with this before? You're walking through.
Loaded, but had his cell.
I gotta see that. He's so dramatic.
Peter Noel was in front of the courthouse, didn't have his camera loaded, but had his cell phone. And all of a sudden, this happened.
For the day. Did we have an issue with this before? You're walking through here with the sweatshirt.
I'm leaving.
I understand.
I'm not congregating. I'm not protesting. I'm leaving.
Right, but what's the rule?
There's no rules about this one. It doesn't say Karen Reed.
It has to do with the case, right?
No, it doesn't. It has to do with something else. A guy whose kid was just
I
hurt.
mean, that's some Gestapo shit. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people are going to be like, why is Erica being so combative? Why not just keep walking? Well, what happened to fuck you know? You know what I mean? What happened to fuck you know? So now she's not saying fuck you. She's trying to reason with them. She's trying to make these cops who are enforcing an unconstitutional law, who are sworn to uphold the Constitution, she's trying to make them understand, I'm not even doing what you're fucking telling me that I'm doing, dude. I'm trying to I'm leaving. I'm just walking through. But you know the rules, right? Dude, are you serious right now about the fucking rules? Like, I'm just walking through, dude. I can't just walk through, not with a t-shirt on that has something to do with the case. You realize what you sound like right now? You realize what you sound like right now? You sound like a fucking goose-stepping fucking Nazi. That's what you fucking sound like. And this guy probably isn't. He thinks he's just doing his job. But dude, doing your job, sorry, but in this instance, I don't know you, but your job required you to sound like a goose-stepping fucking Nazi. How does that make you feel?
Murdered. All right, you know what?
I know. Oh, all right. Go ahead. It's being documented.
Take me. Go ahead.
I'm not doing that.
Take me. What? What? You had guys detain me last week. I asked you to leave.
Go.
Go.
Are you leaving? Are you leaving? She's leaving. Right.
Some of you are probably like, Erica's such a hothead, blah, 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 blah. Everybody out there's pissed off, dude. Everybody out there's pissed off. I'm going to repeat what I said before. Unless you've at least spent a fucking day out there, and I've only done that, and I still don't think I have any right to fucking shit on Erica for how she acted here. But you don't get to say shit about Erica's behavior here unless you've been out there with them at least one day, at least. And I've done that, and I still don't think that I get to say shit about Erica's behavior there.
All right, good.
Okay. She was able to walk away. She did not get arrested. She was not happy, though. Not happy at all. And whatever was on the back of that sweatshirt apparently was not about Karen Reed. But nonetheless, this is pretty clear about what's going on here in this buffer zone. And all of that brings us to the next question in our investigation.
Dude, if anybody here ever had to fucking wear a uniform in school, even then you got pissed off. But you didn't have rights because you were a fucking kid. You know what I mean? You didn't have the right to be like, fuck you, no. I'm going to wear what I want. Fuck your uniform. You're going to deprive me of an education because I want to wear a fucking Slayer t-shirt? Go fuck yourself. But you can't do that as a kid. I tried. Didn't work. But you can't do that as a kid. You know what I'm saying? But you still feel like you're being as a kid, you still feel like you're being controlled in some way just for the sake of being controlled. It's like, what the fuck? You know? And it makes you mad. That's why kids get fucking piercings in their faces and fucking dye their hair all kinds of different colors and shit. You know what I mean? So, like, I mean, imagine what that feels like as an adult, being told what you can wear, what you can't fucking wear. Simply because you're supporting somebody whose rights are being violated. I mean,
And the question is the buffer zone too restrictive? And another question, what just happened there? My goodness gracious. Rick, run.
What is the buffer zone too restrictive? Yes, dude. Yes, that's an easy yes. The buffer zone shouldn't exist.
What is going on in Norfolk County?
Well, you're still having the people show up and you're still having a lot of intensity with respect to their feelings and whatnot. And I guess from what this woman had to say that, it's a forum for something other than Karen Reed as well. So coming out of woodwork.
Yeah, but if you have, do you think state troopers are going too far? Is this too restrictive? I mean, the First Amendment is first.
I think what happens in a situation like that is you take a legal ruling and somebody tried to boil it down to give to a bunch of troopers as to how they should enforce it, and they overstepped.
So, Vinny, in the first trial, I just want to make it clear, when you saw everybody lined up on that sidewalk as Karen Reed walked in, that was inside of the buffer zone. You were allowed to wear whatever you wanted. You couldn't hold a sign that said Karen's name, but you could wear pink and stand there, and they were allowing it. Now, this time around, we've already seen one person get arrested, thrown into the back of a paddy wagon, and the woman we see on TV right now, she actually received a summons to appear in court because she walked into a buffer zone on a public sidewalk with whatever she has on. It has nothing to do with the Karen Reed case. Now you're restricting everyone's First Amendment rights. I mean, there's no law that says you can't walk up and down. And who puts Judge Beverly Cannoni in charge to say you can't walk outside on the sidewalk?
It's too restrictive. The short answer is way too restrictive. They have First Amendment rights. They have the ability to voice their opinion. As long as they are not disrupting the trial and interfering with the jurors, they should be able to do what they need to do. And I think that that's what the First Circuit is signaling.
So I think what happened is it got way out of hand, trial number one.
Which part, though? Because it was very different during deliberations and towards the end than day to day during the 6 to 10 weeks.
I think the day to day, and you hit the nail on the head. It was their arrival, the walk down the red carpet that was in, you got jurors showing up somewhere, you got witnesses showing up somewhere, and they're running this gauntlet. In an attempt to curb that, they went all the way in the other direction. They should have tried somewhere in the middle, and if that worked, great. If it didn't, now you have reason to go a little bit further.
Vinny, I will say, in short, that I do.
Now, I saw this comment just now, and I disagree with it. I understand it, but I disagree with it. The First Amendment is dead in Massachusetts, and it's on its way out in the country in general. Everyone should be terrified by this. I disagree. I agree that everyone should be terrified, but I would say that a more accurate way to put it is that the First Amendment is in big trouble in Massachusetts. It's in big trouble. And if it's in big trouble in Massachusetts, it's in trouble everywhere. So yes, I agree with that, but I don't agree that it's dead. Dead means that it's not coming back. You know what I mean? But it's in trouble. And the only way to fight it is if people band together and speak up, express their First Amendment rights. And what better thing to express to exercise your First Amendment right about than your First Amendment right itself?
do feel that there is more enforcement from the French and Electric, which is what they're called here for the color of blue that they wear in Massachusetts. But I find them to be very courteous, but there is, there's officers on bicycles. There is, I did notice the van.
Well, Cherry, yeah, I mean, that's true. Some, some, but I'm not sure I agree with who you're talking about.
And for detainment, there is additional precautions for the second trial.
And I'm wondering, I'm looking at it and I'm saying this is a government building, right? The whole purpose of the First Amendment, right, was to be able to speak out against the government, right? The judge works for the government. Prosecutors work for the government. It's a government building. Of all the places where you don't want to restrict speech, it's in front of a government building.
Right.
Like, I don't understand this. This is Massachusetts, isn't it? This is like the people who helped found this nation, right? I just don't get it.
Dude, either Vinny watches my show or we just completely agree with each other. Because I've said almost these exact words verbatim numerous times on this show.
And yes, I'm a journalist. I'm a lawyer. I believe in free speech, as far as it can go without getting violent or threatening. But what really scares me about this is we're talking about protesting the government and the government taking action to restrict people from protesting them. It's almost like the government has a conflict of interest in ruling on this. Like it should be ruled on, I don't know, by somebody else.
Right.
Like, does anyone else have a problem with that?
Well, some of the protesters were literally protesting the judge. You're literally protesting the government, the person who is running this thing, and the judge is the person who then says,
no,
you can't do.
I mean, I'm joking when I say that, but he's not copying me. He's just fucking speaking common sense. He's saying the same things that I'm saying almost verbatim because it's common sense. That's why. Because anybody with any understanding and sense of patriotism understands this shit and feels the same way.
Do that close to me.
Yeah, and we talk about the jury is the one, right? So they said and it seems it comes back to someone allegedly heard something. Yeah. Was the follow-up question, did that change your vote in the case, right? I went to the Harvey Weinstein trial in New York City. New York City, there's noise everywhere. But there were people like chanting outside the courthouse. They heard it in the courtroom. They did. They didn't do anything about it. They let the people protest whatever they were protesting out.
And these are people who wanted to see Weinstein in prison. These are people who wanted him locked up. These are people chanting, saying, lock him up. And Judge Beverly Cannoni's excuse for this is that Karen Reed deserves a fair trial? Are you kidding? Dude, every high-profile case has people outside of the courthouse like that, man. It's almost un-American for it not to happen. It's definitely un-American to prevent it and restrict it from happening.
Outside of the government. But here it's different because they're actually protesting the government itself, not like, I'm going to say the name, I hate saying it, the Casey Anthony trial. There were dozens and dozens of people. They all hated that woman. She was the most hated woman in America. They were all against her. Everybody knew it. Did not impact that jury because it was not guilty at the end of the day. As shocked as I was. So why are we so sensitive in Massachusetts of all places? I'll get off my soapbox.
I think part of it also has to do with the geographic area that you're dealing with. You don't have Fifth Avenue out in front of you to hold a bunch of people. Where are you going to put them? But, I agree that it went too far. I believe that action needed to be taken. But if you walk around there, where do you go? Where do you draw that line? Could have been less.
Well, just to say about the noise, and, I don't really want to, I don't have an opinion about it, as for what they're doing. I'm an observer, as we know. But for the noise, I will tell you, look at how many times they do have to stop testimony, because it's apparently the busiest street in America with the most ambulances, right, like you do hear a lot in that courthouse that turns 200 years old on America's birthday this year.
Yeah, maybe the solution is not a buffer zone, but maybe some insulation.
Well, one of the things that they said in the federal appeal was that, like, let us closer, we'll make sure it's quiet.
And just tone it down. All right.
Done. I got it muted. My bad.
Tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that day?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape be placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints.
That's Adam Lally.
Analysts
He
are
was the
trained
lead
to
prosecutor in the
examine these
last
patterns.
trial. He's second chair
More
in this
importantly,
trial.
the individual ridge events and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper
What was the
who
evidence?
was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos to the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly?
I mean-
With 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Or
Yes, I
just,
do.
get on a
And,
treadmill,
what do you
man,
recognize,
and get
depicted in
fitted
each
for a
of those
nice
3
suit, get tailored.
in general?
I would
That's not
describe
that
these
hard,
as
bro.
mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I call to seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
I don't think Lally makes shit, does he? Like, doesn't he drive like a fucking beater?
And my apologies, Your Honor.
Like,
With
doesn't he
course
drive
permission,
like
may I
some
now
kind of
publish,
shit box?
Some of those photos.
Yes.
I don't know what kind of car
Ms.
it is.
Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above
Why doesn't a lawyer
the
drive
L
a
for the
fucking
Lexus
Honda
sign.
Civic, dude?
And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617.
I got to know how much Lally's making, man.
And again, Ms.
I
Gilman,
gotta
if you
know.
could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could
that's
describe
crazy.
for the jury what we're
That makes
looking
more
at
money
in this
than the
photograph.
president.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. DNA?
So this guy's whole purpose was to like defend evidence gathering and chain of custody. Was that all that was?
Good morning, Trooper.
Good
You
morning,
wanted
sir.
a pat on the back? Where's the evidence? What evidence?
Your earliest involvement in this
You didn't
case was
present
on
any
February
evidence.
1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay, so sidebar. I mean, I find this really fun because, like, we just listened to this guy sound real professional. He was the best. He was the most credible of all the Massachusetts state troopers who have taken the stand in this case so far. Easily, right? And he talked a lot about all this process, about this process that took place in collecting all this evidence, right? What evidence? Where is it? Why didn't Lally present it for the jury right now in that line of question?
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
I love this
inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was
I
Michael
love
Proctor
this.
the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again.
Right. Where are the pictures?
Did you not?
What
Yes,
pictures?
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
I mean, that's a valid question. Did Michael Proctor
Did
tell
Michael
you?
Proctor reveal to you
Yeah.
that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that.
Wow. Why?
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I need to be heard at side. Yo, David Yanetti's not fucking around. I love this shit. David Yanetti's not fucking around. He's like, dude, just going for the jugular. Did this guy tell you before he conducted this interview with Colin Albert that he and Kevin Albert got drunk, drove around in his cruiser, and Dick had left his gun in Proctor's car? Were you aware of that shit? I mean, that's a valid question to ask such a clean-cut, by the book state trooper that's sitting up there on the stand testifying, right? So Yanetti's like, so Auntie Bev is sitting here acting like he's being hostile and shit. Like, no, man, these are valid questions. This is the guy that you're sitting here. You're his subordinate. Did he tell you about this shit? Did you know? And where the fuck are the pictures that he took? Where are all the pictures? Where's the evidence? We heard a lot about his process in collecting and gathering evidence, but we sure as fuck didn't see any of it, did we? Dude, anytime I've watched a trial, whoever did the job, like if there's a trooper or a police officer, investigator of any kind who's sitting on the stand testifying, and their job was to take pictures, and they're testifying that they took pictures, they have the pictures on the screen, and they go, did you take this picture? Was this you? And you're testifying here to this jury that you photographed, that this was you who took this photograph? Yes, I took that photograph. Can you identify what's in this photograph right here? Blah, 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 blah. That's how that goes down every time. Why are we not seeing the pictures that this guy took? Is somebody else going to show them? Is somebody else going to point to the things, to the pictures on the screen with the pointer with the green little dot and say, oh, yeah, these are the pictures that Zach took? Trooper Zach took these pictures. Why wouldn't Trooper Zach testify to the pictures that he took? Unless they're just not going to produce these pictures.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know
Shut
a
up,
lot of
man.
the trials we cover remind me of that the world
said,
is unfortunately very
shut up.
unpredictable. And I'll tell you, attorneys, you know why? Because they win a lot.
You be quiet. No, I don't remember Trooper Zach in the last trial. But he has a lot to say about Trooper Paul's involvement, doesn't he? Are they going to call Trooper Paul? Trooper Paul? Are they going to call Trooper Paul? That wasn't an Asian voice, by the way. It was a baby voice, and I just did it bad. I'm sorry. I was trying to mimic him being a baby. So don't say that was like racist, because it wasn't. Yeah, like they're not going to call Trooper Paul. Yeah, I don't know. They're doing sidebar because David Yannetti wants to find out what this motherfucker knows. That's what he's supposed to do. That's his job. Dude, we're presenting a third-party culprit defense, Your Honor. Okay? We think that the Massachusetts State Police set my client up. We want to know what he knows about it. The jury has a right to know what he knows about it. My client has a right to the jury knowing what he knows about it. So hold on a second here. Why the fuck is that happening? There we go. That's frustrating. There we go. Yeah, like what is Bev doing? This is why, like, you got to keep this foundation of thought in mind at all times. This trial shouldn't even be happening. So everything that happens here, aside from what the defense is doing and what the jury's doing, is unethical. Everything. What Judge Bev is doing is unethical. What Brennan's doing is unethical. What Lally's doing is unethical. What McLaughlin's doing is unethical. It's that simple. There has been more than enough reason. Keep this in mind. Don't forget this. There has been more than enough reason for this trial for this case to have been dismissed. Michael Proctor's firing should be enough to dismiss this case. The chain of custody should be enough to dismiss this case. The conflict of interest between the Alberts and the Proctors should be enough to dismiss this case. I mean, this is ridiculous, is what it is. So there's nothing that Bev is doing here that I'm going to think is like ethical. I might even be like, way to go, Bev, at times because she does something. But at the end of the day, what she's doing is unethical. She goes home at night and sleeps doing this shit. It's crazy. Like, Brendan goes home and sleeps. You know? Like, that's crazy to me that they just do this shit like it's another day at work. You know? Yannetti is like fire lately, dude. Pre-trial, my man was like, you know what? Fuck it, man. Like he almost literally said fuck it at one point. It was crazy. I was like, holy shit. I mean, dude, the fact that Michael Proctor was fired, the thing is I'm not saying that, because I think that Michael Proctor conducted a sound investigation with the Brian Walsh case. I think his defense will try to use Michael Proctor's behavior in this case and the fact that he was fired as a defense, as a tool in their defense, for sure. I think the defense would be foolish not to try, right? But the thing is I actually think Proctor conducted a sound investigation into Brian Walsh. And the reason why I think that this case should have been thrown out is because it was due to his behavior and the way that he conducted himself in this case as to why it should be thrown out. He was fired and disciplined by he was fired, terminated from the Massachusetts State Police due to his conduct in the Karen Reed investigation. That's why. But his defense, they'll use it, but I don't think it'll work. You know what I mean? You can't be that stupid. I hope you're just trolling. You can't be like you can't be this stupid.
I'm retarded?
Have you read Lurking Feds? Have you read What are you talking about? Have you read his warrant application? Have you read that? That dude crossed every T and dotted every I. What are you talking about? The Celebrite report on his case, that's what we should be worried about. Because the prosecution is going to count on Celebrite to prosecute Brian Walsh, whereas in this case, the prosecution was trying to discredit Celebrite. So there's a pickle there. But his Celebrite data, which I still think is valid in that case and in this case, that Celebrite data is very revealing. Like, Brian Walsh is guilty as fuck. Like, as fuck. I'm dying on that hill too. I'm not saying he'll be found guilty. I'm saying I believe that shit from my balls to my bones. I believe that shit. Brian Walsh is guilty as fuck. Yeah, that shit. I can't even believe you even said that shit in my chat. That shit is funny as fuck that you even had the audacity to be like that Brian Walsh had like has even a prayer to think that the public would think that anybody in the public eye with a brain would think that he's innocent. I mean, I get that. And that's technically the way to go. Karen is innocent. I'll hold judgment till court on Brian. The problem is that I already know what they have on Brian. Like, it's the equivalent to saying they have a smoking gun. Like, that's all I need. Like, I feel comfortable saying that Brian Walsh is guilty, considering that I've seen what evidence they have. So, no, I don't need to wait till court to make my mind up on that. He has the right to fight it. He has the right because he's presumed in a court of law not guilty, innocent until proven guilty. So, you know, he has the right, and that's fine. And I support him having his rights, but I got eyes, I got a brain. I've been doing true crime for a long time, and Brian Walsh is guilty as fuck. That dude totally killed Anna Walsh. He totally did. And I'm not even saying that just like a part of me wants to be like, just fucking look at him. But I don't believe in judging people based on that. You know, that was the whole thing. I mean, I could prove that. Look at fucking Letitia Stout. I still was like, I'm not ready to say that she's guilty. Letitia Stout did this interview with her fucking back turned to the camera, made it all about her. But I didn't know what was being investigated at the time. The public didn't know yet. And then when they finally arrested her, and then her arrest affidavit became public, that's when I was like, oh, she's guilty as fuck. I knew she was going to go to trial because she just needed to further traumatize the people that loved Gannon. That's the kind of woman Letitia Stalk is. She's a horrible, horrible person. Now, I didn't say she was innocent either. I just said, look, man, I need to know the more circumstances. She could just be some asshole. It's not illegal to be an asshole, but she's clearly an asshole. But it's not, being an asshole doesn't make you a murderer. And then her arrest affidavit came out, and I was like, okay, yeah, she did that shit, and she needs to rot under the fucking prison. Yeah, you know who does a great job covering Letitia Stalk still? Like, if you're like still curious about her, why in the shit? Okay, Alex Erickson. Yeah, I was like, I had a brain fart. I couldn't remember, and she's awesome. She's like so sweet. I've known her, talked to her for years, literally years. She's fantastic. Really, really sweet person. Alex Erickson handles the Letitia stuff. Melissa Jade does too. Yeah, they collab a lot. But yeah, Alex Erickson is huge on the Letitia Stalk stuff. Plays the jail calls a lot. Yeah, that was another thing that canceled Karen, the Critical K. She tried defending Letitia Stalk, trashing the dad, trashing the mom. Just garbage. She defended Letitia Stalk. She had some stupid fucking idiot meth head on her channel after she got booted off of YouTube. She did like a Patreon only thing talking to this idiot who made buddy with Letitia Stalk. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And it was just the worst content in the world. And of course I sniped it and reviewed it. Dude, what is going on here? Are they taking their morning break now? Is that what's going on? Are they just on a morning break? Dude, I'm not going to say nothing bad about fucking Al Stalk, dude. I mean, does the guy have bad taste in women? Maybe. I think Landon's a sweetheart, but, you know, they haven't been together for years. But I mean, I mean, the red flags from Letitia should have been flying. You know what I mean? But that's no reason to blame him for what happened to Gannon. He had no idea anything like that would happen. You know, like he's just a guy just doing the best he could. You know, he's in the military. He was just serving, doing what he could, doing what he had to. He loved his kid, you know. And Letitia hated Landon so much. Yeah, no, I can tell you firsthand, Landon is one of the sweetest people in the world. Very, very kind. Really, really grateful for all of the support that she would get. I even messaged her at one point because I used to work at this gym and I was a closer and we closed at midnight or whatever. And it was my job that when it got dark to turn on the lights on the outside that illuminate the building, you know, big lights. And so you could see the building from the highway was the whole idea. It was a big gym. And the entire time Gannon was missing and we were trying to get answers, I vowed to leave those lights on as blue because we were supposed to change up the colors of them. They're the kind you could change the colors, real deco shit. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna leave those lights blue. And I messaged her and she was like, that's really, really sweet. Thank you. Because that case really hit home. I felt so bad for Gannon. And I kept those lights blue even after he was found, because I kept the lights blue until Gannon would get justice. But I stopped working at that gym before the trial of Letitia Stout happened. But when he was missing, all the neighbors made their lights blue, put blue light bulbs on their doorsteps. It's really beautiful. Because he was a big Sonic and his favorite color was blue, and he was a big Sonic fan. Gannon was. He was 11 years old. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Gannon Stout was an 11-year-old boy, had some stomach problems. Didn't really have a lot of control over his bowels. Had issues with that. But he was just a really sweet kid, always really wanting to help people. Always really, really thoughtful of others. Just a really sweet, good kid. Like his favorite thing was Sonic. That was, you know what I mean? How innocent is that? Like not even a violent comic book character like Spider-Man or, like his favorite thing was Sonic. Like that was how innocent his heart was. And he was just a good kid. And this Letitia Stout was his stepmom, and his father was in the military, and he would be abroad quite a bit, or out of state at least, for a lot of the time. And Letitia would be in charge of the kids. She had her own daughter, and Gannon had and Gannon had a little sister too. And logistically for Al, it seemed sound. You know what I mean? You have a woman, she's got her own kid, and there, and who knows, man? Maybe he just, who knows? But the heart wants what the heart wants. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? And at one point, Letitia stabbed Gannon a bunch of times. I don't even remember the amount of times it was that she stabbed him. She shot him with a gun. She beat him. And then she put him in a suitcase and drove to Florida and threw the suitcase over a bridge. And 86 times. Thank you. She threw the suitcase over the bridge. Now, one of the many things that make me believe that there is a God is that there was an inspection done on that bridge. Now, to properly inspect the bridge, they have to go to the base of it, which is under the water and under, you know what I mean, and into the ground. And they do this inspection every 3 years, I think. And if this man hadn't gone to that bridge to do an inspection, nobody would have seen the suitcase where Gannon was, and nobody would have, I mean, it was in the water. So this guy had to get in the water to do the proper inspection, and he looked and he saw the suitcase, and Gannon was in there. And that's where they were able to get the most evidence against Letitia. It's not just luck. I Bobby Swain. I mean, that's to me, that's the same thing. The same thing that had John O'Keefe's voicemail running while Jen McCabe made that 911 call. It's the same power source and force. That's I absolutely believe that. I have to believe that. It's what keeps me not going crazy following these cases and caring about these cases. You know, I have to believe in that. I do believe in the power of prayer too, and mass prayer. I believe in that. I remember when Heidi Broussard went missing, little baby Margot. She just had this baby was 2 weeks old. Her and the baby went missing. Everybody thought it was her boyfriend, Shane. And he he was totally innocent. Turned out to be totally innocent. This woman named Megan Faramuska kidnapped Heidi and killed her to take her baby. And she faked a pregnancy alongside her the whole pregnancy. And she faked the pregnancy alongside her. And they were like pregnancy buddies, but she wasn't pregnant. But Heidi thought she was. Heidi thought that Megan was. And then Heidi has the baby, and then Megan, to cover her own lie, kills Heidi and takes Margot. And so I remember when this was happening, I was on someone's channel. Guy turned out to be a douchebag later, but I was on this guy's channel with him, and then and I collabed with this person back then, and I can't remember what her channel name was. It was like Wicked Truth Bombs or something like that. She's a real sweet person. I talked to her a lot. I used to talk to her a lot. And I remember we were all on this one dude's channel while the cops were raiding, and we were waiting for the update because it was happening in real time. And we were like, okay, there's like police activity going on outside this house, blah, 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 blah. All this, it was crazy. And then they arrested Megan Faramuska. And then and what we were praying for was that Heidi and Margot were okay. We were just we just started praying, man, you know. And I'm not someone who usually prays a lot, you know what I mean? Like, I'll give gratitude, like I'll take a moment and just like really acknowledge gratitude, you know. But I don't know if you'd consider that prayer. Like I do that before I eat, you know. But I guess that's a form of prayer, I guess. It's just not worship. But the thing was, there was like thousands of people in the chat, and everyone was just, you know, praying hands, and this dude, he like led a prayer. And I have to believe that that had something to do with Margot, little baby Margot, being found alive and unharmed. Usually in those situations, they don't end well. The mom ends up dead, the baby ends up dead, everybody ends up dead, right? But I have to believe that that prayer had something to do with baby Margot being found okay, you know? Otherwise, why do it? You know? It's a beautiful thing when you think about it, you know? It's a beautiful thing. It's not anything to be afraid of. It's just it's a cool thing, man, that like people can put out a frequency on a mass level and affect something. You know, it's pretty great. Yeah, I mean, believe in what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. I talked about this before, and I don't feel uncomfortable talking about theology and things of that nature. And spiritualism. I don't feel uncomfortable talking about that. It's something that we all experience and we all engage in, or we don't. But even if you don't, it's still a valid subject to discuss. It's the unanswered, it's the ultimate unanswered question. So I think it merits good conversation between intelligent people, you know. Uh but yeah, I mean, I just it's just very strange when you have all these different religions that are fighting over um all these different religions that are fighting over which one is the right one, when it's really silly when you look at it from, like, imagine you're God and you're all knowing, right? I mean, kind of impossible to do, but let's just say you're a being that oversees all of the earth in one shot, in one sight, right? In your eyesight. You could see everything. You could see every culture in every region, hot regions, cold regions, whatever, every culture. Think about it. Since the beginning of time, there have been a worship of gods, and there has been principles. There have been principles as to how you're supposed to live your life and treat others. And this is the one commonality between all religions of all cultures. So think about it. If you're God and you're looking at this and you're just like, these people are crazy, they're fighting over their interpretations of what I am. It's so crazy. It makes no sense. You know, they're all they all have the lesson. They all have the teaching. Why are they fighting? Makes no sense. Why can't they accept each other's cultures and the differences in their culture when the principle of my teachings are all the same in every culture, right? So, is it wrong to be respectful of all faiths? Because that's what I consider myself to be, someone who respects all faiths, someone who believes there's truth to all faiths. I think they're all based on the same foundation. Um, and so I choose to believe in that foundation and interpret it myself on my own and have my own relationship with what I believe God to be. And I could still go to church and get just as much out of it as I could go to your church and get just as much out of it as you're getting out of it. That I can promise you. And I don't have this muted, by the way. We're just waiting for it to come back. Dude, I can't believe that, like, after a break, there's still sidebar. Like, what is going on?
Counsel. Rise to the jury. Exhibit II for ID. Thank you.
School is in session. Please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Session. Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Netti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally? Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay, thank you. All right, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
Evan Brent. Who the fuck is Evan Brent? So, what if any evidence did you gather and collect and preserve? Oh, and I have no intention on showing this evidence. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
Also known as
I work for
Fivehead.
the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And
Since
in
I
what
was the only
capacity do you
Klingon on
currently work with the State
Starfleet, they kicked me
Currently,
out. And
I am a
now work for the
sergeant and I'm
Massachusetts State
assigned
Police.
to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the state police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the state police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series
did
of
you ever finally
competency
kill the
tests that must
ambiguously
be
gay
passed
duo?
before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining
Dude, I can't
out,
stop looking at
and it
this
was
guy's
much warmer
fucking
than
melon,
it was
bro.
previous
Jesus
3 days.
Christ, dude.
So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon
Have you taken a ruler to your head? Dude.
Documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And
like, I want to
where
know
were
the
you asked to go?
measurements. I gotta know.
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
And your fucking head
Your
like
man, bro.
blared it
Yes.
out, bro. It obstructed the view of the entire camera shot.
We were showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Bro, like, do you remember that movie with Denzel about the time travel? Tony Scott movie? Why can't I remember that movie right now? What the name of it was. The movie was dope as fuck.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
No, not Mars Attacks, bro. Do the Martians have both sexes like we do? No, man.
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last two were of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Come up and see if you can admit at the next. No objection.
I'm trying to fucking think of the name, dude, of that movie. I want to say Out of Time, but that's another Denzel movie. It's not the right movie. Deja Vu. There it is. Deja Vu. Thank you. Awesome movie, right? So, like,
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
bro, do you remember?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749.
Do you remember that scene where he like took the fucking like
And
the
Trooper,
laser
just briefly,
pointer
what are we looking at in this photograph?
and pointed at the screen?
Front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman,
If you take a laser
7752.
pointer and point it at dude's forehead, you'll travel back in time, bro.
And
It'll
Trooper,
affect
same question.
the
What are we
future.
looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So you're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
And 2 garage doors.
And which of the two is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Just a moment. Good morning, Cooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time,
who had access to that traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
That's exactly what is
Now,
going on,
as
Evil
of February
Monkey.
3rd of
Totally.
2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I love this shit.
I did not.
Yannetti's just not fucking around.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Thank you, Felicia.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
A foot and a half
All right,
under
Trooper,
the
you are
snow,
all
bro.
set, sir. Thank you.
A foot and a half. Really, bro? Really, bro?
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ryan Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Ryan Gallerani to the stand. They're just letting Lally just fucking just run through
Your Honor,
all
as
these
this
fucking
witness is
useless
approaching, could I
ass
just move
fucking
into evidence
witnesses.
clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Oh, I got something for you guys in a few minutes. When this wraps up, I got something for you guys. You're gonna love it.
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you
So they
explain just
contracted
briefly
the
to
Needham
jury sort of
Police,
what
they-
that process of certification entailed? Sort of
They
how did you
employed
become
the
certified?
services of the Needham Police,
so-
the Massachusetts Space Police.
Excuse
did?
me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point, were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Great.
Boom.
Thank you very
There
much,
you
Sergeant.
go.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Nice.
Next witness for the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is a fucking useless chick.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section, as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all of the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
I bet she's a freak.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that
Don't hate.
means as it
Don't
relates
hate.
to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level.
Listen,
based
man,
in
I
the
got an eye for
scientific
these
community.
things. She knows her way around a
In
dude.
your role, do you
That's all I'm saying.
do all of your testing
Nothing wrong with
at
that.
the office or
She
in the
knows her
lab?
way around a dude.
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they are done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You need to see these? No, thank you, Mr. Miller. I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll remove this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Uh-oh. We got Bob Alessi.
Exhibit 140.
He's gonna cross.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please.
Listen to Alessi.
Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
I believe it.
If
I
you
believe
see
she's
something of
well
note,
versed in
something that
cross
stands out to
contamination.
you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
All I'm saying,
in addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at,
all I'm saying is she's got a dungeon.
asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in.
Okay, you're gonna have to shut up for a second, lady, because this is an important question. How can guys tell things like this lady's got a dungeon? Listen, what I have can't be taught. Okay, it's just that's all it is.
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper.
Like she didn't
First
even
Honor.
she didn't even have to reference a document. She just knew that shit by heart.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize
Oh, for
it in
sure.
the photograph?
So got a dungeon.
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
She's got
Listen to
Dude.
evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
she's got Sandy wipes next to her hobby horse and all her equipment and shit. Like she does it right, bro.
Court permission, I'd like to show P-167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there
And
another
I-
sticker above, or is that? just
I'm
a
not
different
sure, if you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes,
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes,
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
And could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to.
Oh, a
point
hair
out
is
that
different
it's
than a
not
scratch?
Now,
Excuse
you
me.
mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it
Oh, yeah, I
a
had no
single
idea.
scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designation is just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176.
Did you test the scratches for DNA?
Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent?
Oh man, my fucking awesome vocals just made this shit buffer, bro. My bad.
You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
And do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Tell him, Alessi.
144B.
Let him know. I got no objection to this shit. Let them fucking say what they're going to say. I'm going to tear it apart when I get up there.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury.
Oh my God, they found
you could get in this close.
John O'Keefe's hair on his girlfriend's vehicle? How could
Do you
that
recognize what's in
possibly
that
have
photograph?
happened?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back?
Would you consider this to be a pubic hair? Yeah, we consider those to be pendeckers or pendejos, depending on what side of the border you're on.
I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
That's not the same hair that was in the manila envelope.
This hair is the apparent hair.
It's a different fucking hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Oh my God.
Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Miss Bobbitt, did you attempt to remove the entire unit yourself?
Event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in the same, substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Y'all,
yes.
Any different?
See, y'all are full, man. Y'all don't know, man. That's the kind of girl, 2 shots, tequila, she becomes a different person. I'm not saying she becomes a bad person. I'm saying she becomes a different person. I'm saying all of a sudden, that stone look in her eyes turns into something else. Welcome to the dungeon.
Photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
She's got her own gloves, bro. Translation, I got my own dungeon. No need to go to one. Yeah, see, she's got her black dragons too. She's not fucking around. She's got her black dragons ready to go. Those are the expensive latex gloves. Or Black Panthers. Depends. 2 different brands.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please. Thank you.
Yeah, when I was a body piercer, I used to
Thank you
use
very
black
much.
latex gloves.
If you turn that
because
to the box.
when I would have to put people's jewelry through, sometimes they would bleed. And the sight of blood would freak them out. But you can't see the blood on their... You can't see the blood on my black gloves. So it really helps to keep the client at ease.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so it's going in your bag. You need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you call in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
Oh, I guess it's a full day today then. So much for the half-day bullshit.
Okay, jurors, ready to This way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Have I pierced a penis? No. I was a homophobic body piercer who hated money. Of course I pierced a penis. Gives a shit. Now I would definitely charge extra. I mean, that's the beauty of being a piercer. You could kind of set your own price based on the work, you know, but yeah.
I asked her to describe what she's doing. See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks. Fill in the record. Thank you. Yeah, the thing is I didn't really pierce a lot of male genitalia because there wasn't a lot of demand for it. I mean, not a lot of guys are real enthused about getting their dick mutilated, you know? And most guys prefer to have it done by a woman, by a female piercer. So they didn't really come into my shop asking for those. But I've done a couple. Like, yeah, like people think that, like, you know, because it just is what it is. Like, you know, it's the job. You know what I mean? You don't really, you don't think about that shit. You're just like, okay, point A, point B, stick the needle through, put the jewelry through, clean up, pay up. That's it. Like, it's that simple. You don't think about that stuff. But you do think about the work. Like, if there was like a rather robust lady that wanted her female genitalia pierced, I would charge extra money, because the thing is this is going to get a little graphic, but you got to imagine the work. You know what I'm saying? Usually there's, and this is, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying, you know, I would charge extra money for this because there's more work involved with a woman of grandeur, so to speak. So like, you know, there's a lot surrounding the area and you've got to go around it. You've got to, and it's got to be even, it's got to be perfect. And sometimes you wonder why they're even doing it, because you can't even see the jewelry once it's done. But whatever, they wanted it done, and I give them a price, and then they do it, and that's it. But yeah, I would definitely charge more money because, you know, there was a lot more to it. It's difficult. Not because, you know, I would charge hot girls less because they were pretty. I would charge hot girls less because they were easier to work with. That's it. That area is just like, okay, boom, I see what's going on. Point A, point B, clean up, pierce, clean up again, jewelry, bye, clean up, bye. That's it. Like, and again, at the risk of sounding and being very graphic, like, that area tends to secrete a lot. It just happens. It's nature. It's just what happens. That area tends to secrete a lot. So, and it has to be dry when you conduct, I mean, so that the clamp doesn't slip, because you have to clamp it. And it's not easy because it's kind of like skating uphill because you wipe the area to dry it, but sometimes it causes more secretion because you wiped it and you're like, fuck. So, yes, you charge more money for things like that. That never happened. Thank God. That never happened. Never had ejaculate shoot at me. That's never happened. I'm just saying, there's more work involved.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials
shut
we
up.
cover remind me of? That the world
Listen,
is
guys.
unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer
You're
matters so much. That is
You're gonna have to
where
shut
a great
up, buddy,
partner and
because we're gonna see something else here. My man Connor McManus has been to work. Okay, my man Connor McManus has been to work. People, got a little treat for you guys. Oh wait. There we go.
Spotlight hits the courtroom floor. Trooper Bukaki strolls through the door. Evidence bag looking kinda off. The glare squints, gives a righteous scoff. He said, "That ain't the shoe I saw. You're all blind to the fatal flaw." Everyone laughed, but deep inside they feared the truth that he couldn't hide. Oh, the glare was right. Yeah, about the shoe and the lights. Oh, yeah, it don't match what we saw that night. Funky soul, we're on strike too tight. He don't miss, he don't bend. He's the truth from start to end. He's the glare in the mirror ball's glow, and he told you so. Trooper Bukaki reached in the sack, pulled the shoe that was way off track. But Glare knew from the heel to toe it was a fashion felony. Case closed. The jury gasped. The judge said, "Wait," but the Glare already sealed their fate. With a single stare like disco steel, he turned the courtroom into a dance ordeal. He spins, he points, he struts real slow, shoe in hand with that righteous glow. He moonwalks past your weak defense and serves subpoenas with elegance. Oh, the Glare was right. Woo! He don't need hindsight. That mismatched shoe won't see daylight. Truth is funky and fierce tonight. He's the judge, he's the jury, he's the groove. When the Glare says it, you better move. Right about the shoe and everything too. G-L-A-R-E-R, he outdanced you. Glare don't lie, Glare sly. That shoe was wrong and now you cry. Stay incorrect, stay incorrect. Stay incorrect.
There you go. There you go. Connor McManus, y'all. Came through. Came through. I will have satisfaction by the end of this trial when it comes to this fucking shoe business. Y'all understand me? I didn't write the song. I mean, I just AI wrote every word of that. I didn't write a word of that shit. I just fucking made it. I had AI make it, and then I sent it to Connor McManus, and he made this video. It was great. All right, let's keep watching that Vinny episode in the meantime.
How would you feel if Karen Reed was convicted?
Really sad. But, I mean, it's possible. Because a lot of people have a hard time believing the police can lie this much.
Welcome back to Vinnie Politan Investigates.
Welcome back.
We're live in downtown Dedham, just down the block where all this is happening, the retrial of the century. It's the Karen Reed trial. This case, extremely polarizing, to say the least. For those of you not familiar with it, here's the story.
Karen Reed's retrial for the 2022 death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, has reignited intense public scrutiny and controversy. Prosecutors allege that Reed, after a night of drinking, struck O'Keefe with her SUV and left him to die in the snow outside of a fellow officer's home. The defense contends that O'Keefe was killed inside the house and that Reed is being framed as part of a cover-up involving law enforcement. The case has galvanized a fervent Free Karen Reed movement, with supporters rallying outside the courthouse, donning pink attire and asserting her innocence. Their demonstrations have led to legal challenges over protest buffer zones, raising First Amendment concerns. Critics argue that the movement's aggressive tactics, including confrontations with witnesses and dissemination of theories, have escalated tensions and potentially influenced the judicial process. As the retrial unfolds, the intersection of legal proceedings and public activism continues to shape the narrative surrounding this complex and polarizing case.
So this is the retrial of Karen Reed, right? We had one trial. That jury did not reach a unanimous verdict, or did they? Right? There was some controversy after the first non-verdict that perhaps the first jury was unanimous, not guilty on counts 1 and 3. But the bottom line is, officially on the record, it was a mistrial. So now we have the retrial. And this one could very well end with a verdict. So today I was in the streets of Dedham with various members of the Free Karen Reed movement who were voicing their opinions outside of the buffer zone. And I asked them about that, like, what happens if there's a verdict?
What would happen if she was found not guilty?
Would have a huge ass party. There will be a big celebration for her with all of her supporters.
It's going to be interesting because we all believe that John O'Keefe was assaulted in Brian Albert's house. We believe that he was staged on the lawn. It's been a cover-up. But the sad part is, even though we all are here waiting for Karen Reed to be acquitted, how do we ever investigate, charge, and prosecute the real culprits? Because this was a cover-up from the get-go. So if the state can't convict Karen Reed of something here, everybody's going to be left wondering what really happened to John O'Keefe. That's the sad part, actually.
What would happen if Karen Reed was found guilty?
Then we would appeal and support her fully and make sure that she gets the right justice for John O'Keefe.
A lot of people are going to lose their minds because this is blatant corruption. This is blatant lies. She wouldn't have even been on trial if not for the false testimony to the grand jury. I killed him, I hit him. She wouldn't have even had a true indictment, and she wouldn't be on trial, and now it's proven falsified statements that they made to the grand jury, and people should be held accountable.
I don't think it would go well. I think that there would possibly be I don't want to say riot. I think that's too strong of a word, but I don't think it would go well.
All right, and that brings us to the next question in our investigation tonight. Let's take a look at it. And it's pretty simple, but it's maybe not so simple. What happens after a verdict, if it happens in this retrial? What happens if a guilty? What happens if a not guilty? How does the Free Karen Reed movement react? How does the government react? How does our system of justice react? Joining me, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Also with me, attorney Rick Grundy and Wayne Dennison and Nick Rocco. He is a Karen Reed supporter. Great to have you all here. Matt, what do you think?
Like, you guys know,
think that moment will be like?
You guys know Notice that, like, there's no Plevin, there's no John DePietro. Do you know why that is? Because it's a live audience. That's why. Because they didn't want to put those people in a position to where they were going to get booed. Because no doubt that anybody attending that live taping of Court TV, if Plevin is sitting on that panel when he talks, somebody's going to be like, "Shut up, Plevin." Like, somebody's going to do that. Somebody's going to be like, "Shut the fuck up, DePietro, you suck." Somebody's going to do that. Somebody's going to do that. So that's why, you know, they had Nick Rocco up there, and without some stupid fucking troll to counter.
Why did you have to come to me first?
Because you've been here,
you know, and
day after day.
I saw it during the first trial, right? And I wonder how long the deliberations are going to go this time around. I wonder if we're going to have a jury that possibly understands how to fill out the form better.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Which is an argument that's been made by even guests on your show. But I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever have a collective mindset because this is such a polarizing case.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it changes anyone's mind. But Rick, what do you think here? Not guilty. If it's a not guilty, is there a message received by the district attorney's office? Does it have any impact on the way they take a look at other cases? Does it impact any of the people directly involved in the investigation of the case?
Yeah, I think absolutely it does. You know, there's something here that's something of a local aspect, but I am guessing that in other jurisdictions it's pretty much the same. If there is a suspicious or unattended death, the first thing that a local police department is supposed to do is to call the district attorney's office, who sends out the homicide prosecutors. Unfortunately, they weren't much better in this situation. But I know one side believes that there's corruption, but sometimes there's a thin line between corruption and incompetence. One or both were at foot here, and certainly a not guilty. Not necessarily didn't happen that way, but you didn't prove it because you did such a bad investigation. That's going to ring throughout the law enforcement. You know, if you were talking about the crowd, I think it's going to be equally loud no matter what it is. And I think the buffer zone is going to get broken regardless of what the verdict is.
Yeah. Let's take a listen to some more of the folks that I spoke with. I want you to get a full flavor for what people are thinking.
What would happen if Karen Reed was found not guilty?
I think there would be a lot of celebration.
I hope they go after the people that are guilty.
Justice. That's justice. But it's not going in there. This is justice for John O'Keefe. They need to get the Higgins and get the state police and get, how does a tail light shatter like glass when it's plastic? I need to ask you that question. That's like the basic. How do they say those injuries from the arm are from getting hit by the tail light? I mean, you know the truth.
What happens if she's found guilty?
I don't even want to think about that. It's not going to happen. Hopefully it won't happen. This needs to be a mistrial or dismissed altogether. It never should have gone to court in the first place.
I'd be still supporting Karen. It would be a wrongful verdict. She's obviously didn't do this.
All right. Nick, what are your thoughts? If that jury comes back, and let me tell you, again, I'll say her name,
Casey Anthony.
You never know what a jury's going to do. You don't know, regardless of what the evidence is, and sometimes regardless of public opinion. Now, in the Johnny Depp case, public opinion overwhelmingly in Johnny Depp's favor, right? And the jury watched the same trial as the public. That could be the case here. If it is, Karen Reed wins. I'm on social media. I know what's going on out there. But what if they come back guilty? What do you think happens? What happens to all the folks, all the supporters? What happens locally? What happens with her defense team?
Well, I mean, we all know her defense team absolutely has her back. So I think immediately there's going to be appeals in process just because of how the first trial and the second trial were conducted under Judge Beverly Cannoni, and just the incompetence, like Rick had said, of the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department, not writing reports, using leaf blowers. So the list goes on. I think the support is actually going to grow in that sense, because now people are more upset that she got put away in jail for something that she did not do. So I don't see the support going away. But if it's a not guilty verdict, we do need to find justice for John O'Keefe because something happened to him.
Yeah, but what do you think the reaction will be of all the folks who are so passionately committed to this? Yourself included.
What, if there's a not guilty?
No, if there's a guilty.
I mean, again, like, I don't want to say people are gonna riot, but people are gonna be upset about this. And I would say all over the world. I mean, there are supporters in Australia, Ireland, the UK. People come here. I think just last week they were here from Georgia, and people from Ireland coming as well. You know, you guys are here, but obviously covering the case. So people know about this, and they know what's happening, and they believe in Karen's innocence. So I can truly say that nobody is going to be happy if there's a guilty verdict, besides a select few people.
Let me ask you, Wayne, if the verdict goes contrary to, I would say, 75 to 80% of what the public is saying. Every time I've done a survey, those are the numbers that come up again and again and again. It's unscientific, but it's still, you know, it's similar to Johnny Depp was even higher. What if it's guilty? Do people who've never paid attention to our system of justice lose faith in the system of justice?
Yeah, I think that there will be people who will lose faith in the notion that you can get a fair trial. And
absolutely,
if it's guilty, I know that you're going to get an immediate appeal. This thing is going to continue to go down and keep going on, and that the supporters will continue to support Karen Read. I think in all likelihood, nobody's changing their mind based on what the verdict is.
Yeah, I get the feeling, Matt, I don't know about you, but if it comes back guilty, I feel like the movement is re-energized to a certain extent. Like,
no matter which way it goes, it doesn't go away, because she also has the civil suit that is pending and stalled right now until the outcome of the criminal case.
Oh, wow. You know, that's why Matt Johnson's on top of the story, folks, from the beginning to the end. The civil, right? The civil case. In civil cases, everybody has to testify. Everybody gets to post.
Yeah, everybody gets to post, and there's a whole different burden of proof.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Fascinating. Okay. Stay where you are, folks. We are live in Dedham, Massachusetts, just down the block from the retrial of the century. Up next, what does our live audience think about all this tonight?
Whoa. Oh, wow.
And if she was not convicted, what's that feeling going to be?
Total vindication, because she didn't do it. I mean, if the standard is reasonable doubt, she can't be convicted. If they convict her, and then I don't feel like I still live in the same country. If you are a good cop, you should be ashamed of this.
As Sean Diddy Combs faces a federal jury, Court TV's Kelly Craft is live from New York.
It was an emotional day in court.
With every development, the Diddy sex trafficking trial. Live updates on Court TV this week.
Karen Read and Sean Diddy Combs, we have you covered with what to expect each day in these high-stakes trials.
That I don't, because why? I expect them to wear a badge of honor, to be honest. They're not doing it.
Because I feel like this whole thing is corrupt, and if they have a lot of evidence to prove that this woman was guilty, for 130, they would have been found guilty by now.
Welcome back. It's that time of the show. We've got our live studio audience. We have some questions and comments tonight. Up first, name.
My name is Ashley.
All right, Ashley, question, comment, let them have it.
Question and comment, maybe. Might not have an answer. Now that we've heard from Yuri Buchanan and we've heard
It's like a Can Select Board meeting, but on Court TV.
a lot about the police investigation and how it wasn't perfect. I've heard a lot about renewing the motion to have Mike Easter, the FBI agent, come in to testify about police investigations. Do you guys think that would make any difference?
As an expert, right?
I think anytime that you have a witness that can come in and, you know, first off, one of the things they'll teach you in trial practice is say it 3 times so that they get it. So if you can have somebody come in, just the redundancy of it, but also to kind of encapsulate it. I was asking Matt earlier what the jury looked like after 3 days of one witness, you know, because that's kind of mind numbing. You're just sitting there listening. So if you can have somebody come in, boil it down, say the same thing again, but really hit the high points, I don't think it could hurt.
And to answer that question, since the audience at home, I'm sure they're wondering, what does the jury look like and how are they behaving? They're very stoic. They're very serious and taking it very serious. And that's what we saw during the first trial too, Vinny.
I was a little surprised that she barred the police policy and procedure witness in the first instance. Ultimately, experts are supposed to be permitted to testify if they
Let
will
RFK
assist the
Jr.
jury in their
am I right?
determination. And part of the issue here has been whether this was an adequate
Let RFK
investigation.
on the panel,
And
am
that
I
witness
right?
goes directly to that question.
Matt, do they look more decisive than first time around?
We're not going to know until the end.
Okay. I was trying. Thank you so much. Any follow-up? You're good? You're good. Up next. Name.
Hi, my name's Maureen. I live in Dedham.
Oh, so you're local. Okay, excellent. So what are your question or comment here?
First, I want to thank Grace Wong for inviting me because the dream of my life was to be with you on the show tonight.
Oh, shit. The dream of her life.
I'm so happy.
Viewer of the night. Okay.
So for question number 2, I wanted to give a shout out to the Dedham Police because they were actually part of that lawsuit about the buffer zone. And Chief D'Entremont is fabulous. The town is,
I want to give a
of
shout
course,
out
I live
to
here, but I'm a native Bostonian, but I've lived here almost my whole life. And I just really want to say that it was unfair that they had to change the colors. I think they should have been able to wear what they wanted to wear, but I'm glad that the boundaries were set up just for safety. That's all. No preventing First Amendment rights, but the color I think wasn't too good. The second one.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, your third question. That one is really on Alan Jackson. If Alan Jackson doesn't pull the jury this time, and if there is a mistrial, then that's really a foul paw on him, because that's what happened before. They were so busy celebrating, they forgot. Judge Cannoni said, "Okay, you can go home now." Well, wait. I think can we pull the jury?
You need to shut
Maybe we'd
the
only have
fuck
count
up.
2 right now instead of counts 1 and 3, 1, 2, and 3. So in Massachusetts, it's not up to the judge to say, what do you think? What did you vote? Is that your vote? It's up to the defense attorney to take that poll. Some states, they actually poll first before they give the verdict. So I guess that's all I have.
We've seen it. Thanks so much, Maureen. Let me ask you, Rick, you practice in Norfolk County. Like, have you ever had a mistrial, a hung jury, and there was a polling of the jury done?
I have not had a mistrial in Norfolk County.
He won them all. See? He did. He actually did win them all.
I took the easy ones. But if it were a mistrial, you're absolutely going to ask for a polling. If nothing else, to try and get a sense of where I'm going with my retrial.
Okay. Who's up next?
Nicole from Hudson again. So comment question. I'm going to quote one of my favorite attorneys, Mark Betterow. He said that the Commonwealth is just reshuffling the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. And I think that either way, I think their ship is going to go down in trial 2. I think one of those chairs is Trooper Paul. So what I want to know from you guys, do you think that the defense is going to call Trooper Paul? I think that's going to be a big problem for the Commonwealth. They changed their time of impact from 12:45 to 12:31 now in trial 2. So how is that going to go over with the jury? I don't think it's going to go over well, and I'd love to hear him explain that pirouette.
Right. And Trooper Paul was the expert from the first trial.
You know how I know these questions were vetted before they got up there and got to ask them? Because nobody got up there and went, "Free my boy Billy Tibbetts." That never happened. That didn't happen.
And now there's going to be a different expert. How is that going to fly, guys?
You want to call him an expert. I mean, he took a few classes that I think anybody in this audience could take as well. I would like to see him on the stand to try to explain this again. But this time, I believe that Bob Alessi would handle that situation. The guy is just an absolute genius. That's why we see him cross-examining all these experts, because he's so meticulous on every little detail. The guy barely sleeps. He eats, sleeps, and breathes this case. Yeah. So Trooper Paul is going to be interesting, but I have a feeling definitely the Commonwealth's not going to call him, hence why they're bringing in somebody new. But the one issue I have with the theory change is originally it was 12:45, now it's 12:31. This and that. How does it change? If the fact is Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle, it wouldn't matter what experts get brought in for the defense. You wouldn't be trying to exclude all their experts. You wouldn't care what they threw at you because your evidence is so concrete that nothing's going to change it. But in this case, it's the total opposite. The defense and prosecution has switched places.
Yeah, switcherooski. We have time for one more quick question. What's your name?
Jonathan. And my question is, so if in the
Cherry loves cheese emojis.
unfortunate situation we go to another retrial, if we have a mistrial here this time, do you believe that they will continue to retry again until they get the verdict that they're looking for? And does Judge Beverly Coney remain the judge in this case?
All right, we have about 15 seconds.
It was something like 20 minutes before they announced that they were reissuing the charges last time.
And I think that came out of the heat of the whole first trial. I think they still would have retried it, but that was somewhat unusual just to come out like that. I think they also were emboldened because they didn't think they'd do as well as they did, prosecution-wise. It gets to a point when in a prosecutor where you have to make a judgment that we have put our best case forward. The trial went well. It's not there to be had, and we need to walk away.
All right. Big thank you. Wayne Dennison, Matt Johnson, Rick Grundy, Nick Rocco, and our live studio audience here in Dedham. Thank you all so much. I'm Benny Politan. We'll keep digging for the answers.
I'm Benny Politan. Thank you. I'm Benny Politan. I'm Benny Politan. I'm Benny Politan. Wow. Wow. Oh, God. Let's hear Vinny save the day about yesterday.
The most watched legal dramas in recent memory, centered around the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. On a snowy January night in 2022, O'Keefe was found unresponsive in the snow outside a home in Canton, Massachusetts. Prosecutors allege that Reed, his girlfriend, struck him with her SUV in a fit of rage after a night of drinking and left him to die. The case quickly escalated beyond a typical vehicular homicide. Reed's defense claims she's being framed and that O'Keefe was beaten inside the house by others, suggesting a conspiracy and cover-up involving law enforcement. The courtroom has seen explosive testimony, conflicting expert opinions, and divided the public, many of whom believe Reed is a scapegoat. Her first trial ended in a mistrial, setting the stage for a second round filled with even more scrutiny. As the retrial unfolds, questions linger. Was it a tragic accident fueled by alcohol and emotion, or something far darker, hidden behind a badge?
Live from downtown Dedham, Massachusetts, the site of the Karen Reed retrial, this is Closing Arguments. And now here is your host, Benny Politan.
Welcome, we are live.
Oh, wow, another one that's live there. Is there anything going on with Enrique Delgado Garcia? Not that I know of. No updates. Rainy like the weather. Thank you so much. In his defense, Kevin is doing chemo all week. Okay, well, I hope he pulls through like he has been all these years. What were you doing?
Live in Dedham, Massachusetts, just down the block from the retrial of the century, which is taking place, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Read. It's a murder trial. It doesn't get any more serious. But this is actually a murder retrial. Now, how do you know you're covering a big case when you're working at Court TV? Well, there's one way that you can tell that it's a huge case. When you're here where the trial is happening and absolutely nothing happens during the day. Zero, nothing, no testimony, no evidence, nothing happens. And social media is on fire. And that's what happened today, folks. I want to read some of the comments from some of the viewers on Court TV's Facebook page after today's big news that nothing is happening. Okay, you've got Grace Holler. The defense needs an extra day to come up with a new theory. Kelly McGarvey says, Karen is sick today and breaking down. She looks even more frail than before. Just do the right thing and plead guilty like you should.
Wow.
Christy Kalidi Hill, could you imagine if there was a plea deal? Jane Kenneman, I heard Karen was sick. And then Suzanne Gill, who is saying, Chloe threatened to take the stand. Folks are all over the place. Some are cracking jokes, but everyone's wondering what is happening. That's why we are bringing in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who is joining us live.
Oh, Court TV's fucking ridiculous, dude. Karen has a lot of medical complications. She woke up feeling under the weather, asked to start a little later. That's it. And it was the court that said, let's take the day. We'll do a Zoom hearing about scheduling, and that's it. And then we'll resume tomorrow. It is not that dramatic. It's not that complicated. She's sitting in court today. Fine. So Court TV just kills me sometimes, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Matt, great to see you tonight.
Always nice to see you.
All right. This
day.
is like Seinfeld Day. It was a day about nothing, but it's never about nothing in this case.
There was
right?
actually a lot that happened today, but behind the scenes and how much we actually are going to learn, still TBD is what Karen Read likes to say. But
so what? So it
was TBD, the Seinfeld kind of day, a day about nothing.
It was postponed today. It was just canceled.
it was canceled, and that happened. We got official word from the court at around 8:30 this morning. The court PIO, the public information officer, sent out an email, mass email, saying court is canceled for the day for various reasons. And they never gave a specific reason, but through my source reporting, various sources, and also other outlets here in town, they have their sources. They were reporting the same thing, that Karen Read was not feeling well today. So it was a last-minute decision, and she didn't actually come to the courthouse. But when I arrived to the courthouse today, you had the...
Sometimes people don't feel the need to blast every time they get a sniffle, bro. You know what I mean? Like, is there anything about Karen Read that indicates to you that she's the type of person to like blast out, oh my God, I'm sick today, I could use all your prayers? You know what I mean? Like, no, dude, she doesn't do that shit, dude. Like, and then it's like a double-sided fucking, you know what I mean? It's a double-edged sword, because then she doesn't do that. If she does that, then she's fucking sad fishing and shit. You know what I mean? And she's just trying to get all this attention. And then if she doesn't do that, which she didn't, then it's all this speculation. Oh my God, she must be hungover. And you're just like, bro. You know what I mean? Like, she can't even get a break, dude. Like, and then you got Court TV doing a whole goddamn segment about it.
The O'Keefe family, they were there ready. They were just getting in their cars. The troopers were escorting them. So right away I could see them. So this is a
last minute thing?
Last minute thing. All the other troopers were outside the courthouse. The prosecutors were there at the courthouse. Everybody was ready to go. But if the defendant is not well, then testimony cannot resume.
Okay, so you've been in court every day this week, and you've seen everyone. Did anyone seem under the weather
You know what? That's hard to tell right now because, I mean, I had to buy allergy medicine earlier today, right? It is pollen covering everything around this tiny courthouse. Right. The windows are open all day. So, I mean, yeah, there's a juror that coughs very loudly every single day. There are other people that everyone's.
Are you listening to this shit? Is everybody else listening to this shit? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, yes, I'm not surprised that you have allergy flare-ups, dude. Like, not at all. But I mean, dude, are you guys are seriously making content out of speculating as to why Karen Reed wasn't feeling well? Like, dude,
Everyone's close together. It's like being on an airplane. So
Well,
if one person is sick, then maybe other people
because
will.
they're in the tiny courtroom.
Yeah.
They've got the huge courtroom
my
where Sacco
God,
and Vanzetti were tried years ago. I did not cover that trial.
You sure?
That was back in the last century. But they
so Sacco and Vandetti left the flu behind. Is that what happened?
chose the small one so everyone's on top of each other, almost literally. So what did you didn't notice anyone? Or just
I didn't notice anyone that looked sick, but I mean, people are sneezing, they're blowing their nose occasionally.
I was outdoors today. We're going to show you.
You're feeling okay though, right?
Yeah. We're going to show you tomorrow what we did today, which was really interesting. We actually found a home, thanks to you, very similar to 34 Fairview. So tomorrow night
very close.
We'll take a tour of that and show you what it looks like inside there. Relative to what we've been learning in this case. But let's talk about what did happen
shit
today.
in the world,
It's
dude.
canceled, but then it wasn't canceled.
I mean, the attorneys are always working, as you know.
So they just got a random house and they were like, oh, this one kind of looks like the inside of 34 Fairview. So let's call it 34 Fairview and give people an idea what 34 Fairview looked like. No, bro. Like, you need to show people, if you're going to do that, get the permission from the people who live at 34 Fairview now. And if I'm those people, I'm already pissed. They already got people creeping up around their house and shit all goddamn day and night. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm the owners of 34 Fairview now, I'm annoyed as fuck. Because, like, okay, I got the house at $50,000 under market value. Okay. Nobody told me somebody died in the fucking lawn when I bought it, which is the law. But whatever. But now I got fucking Twattendoffer running up to my fucking door like Skeletor and running away. And I got fucking idiots planting rocks in my yard. Dude. No, that's not true. I mean, the thing is like, if you're like, just don't be a dick about it. But, you know, it makes sense to get an idea of how big the yard is. It makes sense to do that. I'm glad that I did that I got an idea, because I wouldn't be able to hold such a solid opinion about whether or not John O'Keefe's body was out there after the party if I hadn't seen the yard for myself. There's no fucking way anybody missed John O'Keefe laying in that lawn if he was out there, but he wasn't out there. So that's why nobody saw him. But in most cases, I agree with Cherry. You know what I mean? In this case, you know, yeah, like going up to the doorstep and shit, fucking with their, you know, like I've seen people do that shit, like with the Watts case. People who, when there was the Watts case, nobody lived there after that. I don't know if somebody finally moved in or not, but people would show up there. Like if they go to Colorado, they show up to the Watts house and like take pictures of themselves and stealing rocks from the little rock, you know how people have like gravel and shit in their front as decoration, like people taking rocks as souvenirs and shit. Like, why the fuck would you want that? Ow! I was at the place where this guy annihilated his whole fucking family. 2 toddlers and a pregnant woman. Oh my God, that's so cool. What? Like, there's no reason to see the Watts house. Like, I agree with Cherry in that sense, because there's nothing took place in the front lawn. You know what I mean? Nothing took place in the front fucking lawn. You know? But people are going up there and taking pictures of windows and saying, I think I saw Bella and Cece's ghost. Bella and Cece are still in the house. You know, and you're like, bro, how morbid are you, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, right. That's basically what the Lizzie Borden house is. Like, that's ridiculous. And of course, Dolly Vision thinks it's cool to stay there. Like, okay. Now, if you're a paranormal investigator like my man Mexi, that makes sense. But not when people still fucking live there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's a fucking hotel that is known for being haunted and shit, or some crazy shit happened back in 1871, you know what I mean? Okay, well, stay the night there. Take all your paranormal tracking equipment if you believe in that shit and fucking do it. You're not hurting anybody. You're not bothering nobody. That's fine. You know, but like to sit there and just think it's cool. You know what I mean? Like, oh, let's just hang out where people got murdered. What? Why?
No, you're a former prosecutor. There is real no day off. And these attorneys...
That's why I retired from practicing law,
yeah,
right?
Before the gag order, you know, the attorneys had told me that they're working till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning in their various war rooms. Again, you have a special prosecutor here. He was at the courthouse. He was getting ready for his witnesses. But there was a Zoom call that was not open to the media. We know about it. The court did tell us that it did happen. All parties were present. And they were going over scheduling, probably talking about the various witnesses that were supposed to take the stand. We expect the niece and nephew that John O'Keefe basically adopted after his sister and brother-in-law had passed. And they're expected to testify yet again. Court has informed us that there will be no cameras. Right. I have a ticket inside, so I'm going to be doing old school pen and paper and reporting back to you and to our viewers at home of what they say. And then we might also hear from Dr. Scortibello, who is the medical examiner who determined that it was undetermined cause of death. So she's still going to take the stand for the prosecution's case in chief. And then that'll be very interesting testimony. But we are winding down. I mean, by all accounts.
Dude, like, I remember, what fucking case was it, man? Yeah, I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say. There's, yeah, I don't know. People are fucking dumb, dude. Like, I just don't understand, like, you know, the morbid fascination of like, oh, this is the axe that was used. Like, burn that shit. The fuck is wrong with you? Like, why the fuck do you want that? It's so weird.
Judge Beverly Cannoni has indicated to the jury that we are on schedule, if not ahead of schedule. And
I've been feeling that all along. That things are moving much more quickly than last year.
But there's going to be a rebuttal case. We didn't see that last year.
Right. Okay. So final question. In that Zoom, do we know if they were discussing the health and whether or not this is going to be a prolonged illness, if it's just a...
We are expecting, by all accounts, with the court staff that I spoke with today, just a few moments ago, they said that we are expecting testimony to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So let's just hope.
Okay. Matt Johnson, thank you so much. All right. What does this all mean?
Let's bring in our special guests, our legal insiders. Joining us tonight, criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr., who I understand is almost as good in the courtroom as Joseph Krowski Sr., who is an absolute legend here. Also with us, Margaret McLean, former prosecutor and host of It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. And also joining us, criminal defense attorney Peter Ellikin is with us. I've known Peter a long time, and a lot of it through Court TV, covering cases up here in Massachusetts. You're always there, whether you're in the courtroom or with me, which is great.
Yeah, what does Woody Allen say? 85% of life is showing up?
Yeah, he's there. And also with us, a big Karen Reed supporter who's helped us a lot in all this, Nick Rocco. Great to see you, Nick. All right, so let's start here with, do we know what happened today? Do we know? Is anything on the record
about what happened? And if a defendant, and we've had reports, everyone's reporting that they believe Karen Reed was sick. What does that mean? So how do they deal with that? And is there a line where, okay, we have to delay this trial if it becomes more serious?
Sure. So the information that was relayed today to the court that we have heard from secondary sources is that the defendant, Karen Reed, was sick. Whether or not she is sick is really none of our business. I presume they went to the sidebar because they were discussing private, privileged, health-related information to the defendant. Look, there's been a lot of speculation as to motivations why the defense would want to delay this trial. I think there's enough conspiracy theories and enough innuendo and speculation already replete in this trial. So, look, we have to, if Karen Reed is truly ill, we just have to wish her well, get better, and hopefully the trial goes on. I will say in a trial of this long, you typically stack your witnesses. So you can foresee that there are going to be evidentiary issues, issues with witnesses, issues with the court. So you can accommodate a day or two delay. Beyond that, then the judge is going to start worrying about those jurors and not knowing with certainty what their schedule is.
Yeah, it is very regrettable because this Hank Brennan, the prosecutor, was really moving this at a rapid clip. I mean, he's practically getting whiplash here. This hopefully will just be kind of a big nothing. If there's a day that court doesn't happen and then they resume the next day, and it would probably be good if the judge kind of explained because, not go into detail, exact specifics, but just say there was an illness. And that's why we...
Because you have to explain it to the jury as well. But the thing that happens with this case, and we've got a live studio audience here, everyone is wondering what was going on today. And there was this explosion on social media, Nick, which everyone was speculating. Some people were accusing Karen Reed of things. And, I don't know what the truth is, but I think the bottom line is the public always is going to have an opinion when anything happens in this case.
Yeah, so, the truth is she was sick. She has severe medical conditions. She has been fighting for her life for 3 years now and has not missed one day. Last trial, every pretrial hearing, she's been in court fighting every day against this corrupt system. So now you have one day where she's really not feeling well. And you see the internet explode, like you said. You have, reporters claiming that she's hungover, or she was out at the Celtics game, or Alan and her were doing things at a bar, and it's come down to a point where everyone has an opinion in this case. But most of the internet was wrong today. Until it came out to the point where she was sick, then you have people saying, oh, well, she's only sick today because the niece was supposed to testify. No, she has medical conditions, and she was sick, and she is feeling better now.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Nick, because, think about it. If you have the stomach bug or if you have food poisoning, you can't get out of bed. So I actually do feel sorry for Karen Reed in that respect.
It's a terrible thing to be accused of something without any basis in fact. So to that extent...
Are you being sarcastic?
No, it is true. And to that extent, a lot of these civilian witnesses can relate to Karen Reed for the first time because there were allegations made about her that she was feigning illness today. People were making that allegation without any basis in fact. You can kind of see how someone like Jen McCabe might.
You can see how this guy's an effective lawyer because he's like sitting here using this opportunity to like empathize, use empathy for Karen Reed to make excuses for the McAlberts, which is pathetic, but it's slick.
Might fail. Well, while we're on the medical issue,
there's an investigation done.
While we're on the medical issue, I just want to correct the record. The medical examiner did not state uncertainty as to cause of death, method of death, which is a very distinguishable thing. Just so we're clear.
She also said that this was not consistent with being struck by a vehicle either.
No, she didn't say that. Method of death is something that is typically not opined in because it's a jury question. It's a question of fact for the jury. So that was much ado about nothing, like a lot of these evidentiary issues.
So as this case is moving along, and I think we all agree, I think, like you said, things are moving much more quickly. In a retrial, if things are moving much more quickly, is there an advantage to one side or the other? Why is it moving more quickly?
Well, I think that's because you have Hank Brennan. I mean, he's streamlined this case. And I think he's done a wonderful job with the witnesses. And he's not called, like Lally called all these witnesses who were at the bar last year, at the Waterfall and McCarthy's. But here he's streamlining it and he's sticking to the facts and the science and the data.
I agree that this case has been the first trial was really kind of, it went so long, and you had.
Okay, shut up, man. Hold on. So something just came across my desk. I was about to go on a rant about like sending me stupid shit, but this actually seems like it might be fun to kill time with. So just saying here. Hold on a second. Listen to the glory. All right. So check this out. So somebody
I need to be.
So if you have headphones, put them on. Try to cancel out any other noise, because supposedly there was a hot mic picked up. And I heard this too, or I thought I heard something, but I didn't think much of it when it was happening. But this happened today. Check this out. Obviously, based on the person who's testifying here. But watch when David Yannetti calls that sidebar, because he goes right for the jugular. I was too busy celebrating David Yannetti's move here. But you'll see what I'm talking about here.
Be heard at sidebar.
I don't know who this guy is, but he apparently caught this.
I will hear you.
What? Hang on. Okay. I need to put this up. Barbie, let me play this one more time, and I'm going to slow it down maybe. Okay. Ready? Here we go.
Listen, bro. Listen, dude. I don't know if you noticed, but I've been busy covering a trial, so I wasn't looking at X. Okay, so congratulations for seeing it before everyone else. I'm such a dick today.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruise?
Sustained injures. I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Listen.
Yeah, she totally did. She totally.
What?
Bev called Yannetti an asshole.
Who said this? Let me just rewind just one more time.
Bev called Yannetti an asshole. Look at this. She went asshole.
Somebody said something in a mic.
I will hear you.
Asshole. That was pretty clear, dude.
I will hear you.
Bro.
All right. Somebody said something in a mic, right? It could have been counsel. The reason why I think it's counsel is if we go back and look at, let's see, let me turn the sound off so it doesn't make you dizzy from going in reverse at high speed.
Listen to the glory.
Oh, it's not good. It's not good. Stop. This is not good. This does look like the judge.
Wow.
The judge is sitting to the left of her microphone.
I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I will hear you. She gets up. She walks. She's right in front of her mic. right in front of her mic when she says that. She gets up and moves towards it.
I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. That's why we love you, Bev.
All right. Let me just put this out here. This was picked up by the mics. It might have been heard by the jury. This, in my opinion, if it was the judge and if she said what we think we heard, okay, those are the two ifs that have to exist. That's reason for the judge to be recused.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty important stuff. It's pretty important stuff. More importantly, though, what needs to be heard without any interruption would be this.
Spotlight hits the courtroom floor. Trooper Bukowski strolls through the door. Evidence bag looking kinda off. The glare squints, gives a righteous scoff. He said, "That ain't the shoe I saw. You're all blind to the fatal flaw." Everyone laughed, but deep inside they feared the truth that he couldn't hide. Oh, the glare was right. Yeah, about the shoe and the lights. Oh, yeah, it don't match what we saw that night. Funky soul, we're on strike too tight. He don't miss, he don't bend. He's the truth from start to end. He's the glare in the mirror ball's glow, and he told you so. Trooper Bukowski reached in the sack, pulled the shoe that was way off track, but Glare knew from the heel to toe it was a fashion felony. Case closed. The jury gasped. The judge said, "Wait," but the Glare already sealed their fate. With a single stare like disco steel, he turned the courtroom into a dance ordeal. He spins, he points, he struts real slow, shoe in hand with that righteous glow. He moonwalks past your weak defense and serves subpoenas with elegance. Oh, the Glare was right. Woo! He don't need hindsight. That mismatched shoe won't see daylight. Truth is funky and fierce tonight. He's the judge, he's the jury, he's the groove. When the Glare says it, you better move. Right about the shoe and everything too. G-L-A-R-E-R, he outdanced you. Glare don't lie, Glare sly. That shoe was wrong and now you cry. Stay incorrect, stay incorrect. Stay incorrect.
Cherry's a hater, y'all. Cherry's a hater. That's all that is. Don't be mad at Cherry. She's just a hater. Okay? She loves cheese. The only thing she loves is cheese. She doesn't love anything except cheese. She's a hater. Terrible. Bro. This should be coming back soon, right? I haven't been keeping track of time. Should start at 2, right? Cherry's a hater, bro. Dude, like, I can't wait to find out if Yannetti knows that Judge Bev called him an asshole on a hot mic. She totally did. She totally did. She called him an asshole right on a hot mic, bro. Bro, there's a big fucking fly in here, bro. You fucking spray that bitch. Bro, that shit is crazy, dude. I'm gonna repost that shit. Bro, that shit is just plain crazy. That shit is just plain crazy, y'all. I can't even believe she did that. I can't even believe she did that. Hold on. Bruh. Bruh. Sorry, guys. I'm doing other stuff here. Wow. Here we go. Oh, Bev. Oh, Bev. No half day for me. Dude, I'm trying to tell you. Listen to the clearer. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, unfortunately, I had a lack of control over my own impulses, and I said that David
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag?
Yeah, but how loose? Are we talking like cherry loose or?
They were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment.
Okay.
Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
Hi.
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers of packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
Oh.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Declare what's right.
Could you present that?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't need to display it. I need to provide it first.
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just get in here.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
Gloves.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
May I approach? Yes. I'll take that. Thank you. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Oh my God.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some
So
point,
your
did
job
you
is to swab shit?
take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Did you go to college to learn how to swab shit? Are you kidding? Is that supposed to be fucking funny? That you fucking get a paycheck from the Massachusetts
Were
State Police
you
to swab
shown
shit?
a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please?
What do you mean? What does she do? She swabs shit. That's what she does.
Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Did at any
Take that
point
down,
did you
thank you.
say what the fuck is the point of me swabbing this because it's already
At some point,
contaminated?
did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yo, this lady's fucking useless, bro.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly. No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please. Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit difference. There's markings or tabs on it.
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I used to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part?
That looks like a dog tooth hole.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I write? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, remove these 2 photographs of evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17. Is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, I do.
I'd move these 2 to evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you.
Yo, Sue O'Connell just posted that
We can next show
that Grant
P243,
stinks a
which is
weed, bro.
149B.
Fucking Grant,
Could you
dude.
zoom in on the top part of those pants, please?
Oh, why isn't the pants ripped?
Make any
Oh,
observations
they're a little
or
ripped.
notes about the
They're
pants?
a little ripped.
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
So how did the pants get so ripped since by the time they got to court and got revealed out of the bag?
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
You mean like the black found at the
How
bottom of a
small or
shoe?
large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
Point.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
You never even really asked the question. Yeah, I swab shit. That's what I do. You know, went to college, decided to swab shit. I learned how to swab shit.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk,
Great.
have a mark with next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop! This is Ken.
Listen to the glamour.
Exhibits 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation that bring that evidence. Next in order.
Exhibit 154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Ward this to make this more efficient for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity,
Oh,
Your Honor.
shit.
And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor.
I see you, Tara Kennigan.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I see you, Tara Kennigan, dressed up like Miss Tespaka. Call me.
And Leslie, may I approach for the witness? Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, no, he's 67, dude. Trying to tell you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sally Port on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Wolf.
Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on
Way to go, kid.
injuries on a person.
So
You get for listening to this shit
the
around
answer
him.
is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state
We're
that you
trying to cut
observed
his legs out
anything
from
on
under
the
him.
SUV
Bev,
that would cause
we know you think he's an
the
asshole,
wounds
but
on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sally Port Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then was the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front. Is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And
That's
is the reason you
interesting.
didn't collect anything because
Nice.
you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper.
You see what he's
the
getting at,
muffler
right?
pipe.
If he was hit by a car, why didn't you assume he
And-
might have been run over?
What were
You
the
didn't check
results
the
of that
whole
testing,
vehicle?
that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to
But you didn't have to
talk
cut
about
me off.
sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29 of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that
eats yogurt
refresh your
with
recollection as to what the mileage
is
was?
The most
That's not
interesting
something I made a
man in
note
the
of or
world.
even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard. The applying the
love
sterile
Alessi,
water
bro.
to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
You consider this to be a normal evidence collecting practice in your line of work?
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
It's a good answer.
Did you confer with anybody as to what
not
might be
really,
the
but
best solo cup from which to take the swab?
the best you can
I
do.
did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me making that decision.
So you didn't do every cup?
As a
Wait, what?
forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, in these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which
Bro, those other 2 cups were like,
brown
you didn't
stains
have to
that
get me
are intended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a same single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Oops.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Of course.
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to
So it
me.
was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to the FBI, open up! To your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No testing was done on those swabs.
So what the fuck do you swab them for then?
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
Wow.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
So a big nothing burger from all of that.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains. Okay. Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
So the Canton police who were who were removed from the
Why
case
is it that you believe
handled the evidence after the fact, is what you're saying?
a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups. So it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them. So I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
Wow.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the rear the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday,
And what was the
maybe. I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday. Excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. So thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight. Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do palms of hands produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He just destroyed her whole direct testimony.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in
So,
evidence? Yes. Thank you.
No DNA was found on the taillight.
Ms. Hartnett,
You didn't even
I'm
test
showing you what
the cups.
is Exhibit 141 in evidence.
Nothing was tested.
And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes,
You
apparent
talked
glass.
about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, right?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolk just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With your honor's permission, if Mr. Wolk, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. Okay. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Yes. Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct?
Yes. Sustained.
Let's go to we can go back to the none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video. Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Yeah.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
You know where that is?
Do you know where,
You know where
and you
that
obviously
is?
know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center so Ms. Hartnett can see what okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. and show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Wolk, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
Talk and watch the original video if you haven't seen it.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair in an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
It would be a
In that
hard
picture,
C.
it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever
When I
way
say
you
a
would
hard
describe it, a
C,
letter or shape, because
I
that's
mean-
what
Boy,
I'm gonna do,
cunt.
It's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, I don't, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to you answer your questions? Happy to do it.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we zoom in if possible to each one so we get would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side.
I mean,
even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken. Sure.
Let's start with the overall first. That you would like.
Yeah, she's not fucked, but
where you wanted to start?
nobody
Yes,
gives
just like
nobody
with this,
gives
to
a
me, it
fuck
looks
what
like
she has to
one
say
is from
anymore.
Slightly to the side of the vehicle, and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask the
Yes,
questions.
thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570?
Why are you giving him shit
picture
for just
oriented
fucking
the exact same way?
like being nice to
If
the
you
witness?
could just explain what you mean by oriented. I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is
What do
it
you
possible that
Bro, stop it.
the hair
Lady.
moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
I mean, it's a perfectly
Again, I
legit
don't
question.
think I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the
Can
photos
you say
look
it's
like they're from different
possible?
angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many
Can you just say it's
times
possible?
of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
Does that happen?
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
I'd like to see counsel at sidebar. Bro, like, it's very simple. And Bev seems to be with Bob here when it comes to this line of questioning, because it's a perfectly legitimate question. Like, okay, so there's different angles here, but the hair is clearly facing different directions. It's clearly the hair is not in the same position. Like, even though there's two different angles of the photograph, you can still clearly see that that there's no hair, that the hair is different. Does this usually happen? When you take pictures of hair, you don't take pictures of hair. Hair isn't considered evidence when you're collecting evidence. Now, you know what pisses me off about this line of questioning is that he's putting all this fucking effort into this goddamn hair, which means jack shit, and nothing about the goddamn shoe, bro. Nothing about the goddamn shoe being a different fucking shoe. Okay? Pisses me off, man. Now, I'm obviously just fucking around. Like, this is, I mean, well, I'm not, because like it's evidence, right? They're trying to say that it's evidence against Karen, right? It's somehow damning evidence, but you're gonna debunk that, but nothing something as goddamn fucking obvious as a black soled shoe in the snow versus the white soled shoes that are pulled out of a goddamn evidence bag that the evidence bag was mislabeled in the first place anyway.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
All I'm saying is the hair is no more relevant than the shoe. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Are you being serious right now? Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow.
Great point, Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Great point, Scott. I mean, why would this hair take precedence over the shoe when common sense dictates that fucking hair, John O'Keefe's hair on Karen Reed's vehicle, his girlfriend's vehicle, would fucking be there. Like, dude, John O'Keefe could have been walking around her car banging his head to fucking some Metallica, bro, and a hair fell off. John O'Keefe could have been unloading groceries from her car and a hair fell onto her bumper. John O'Keefe could have been fucking, who knows, anything. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed could have gotten freaky in the back hatch of the car and one of his hairs got on the bumper. Who knows? I mean, there's a million explanations as to why John O'Keefe's hair would be on Karen Reed's bumper. You know what I mean? Like, but there's not a million and one explanations as to why a black soled shoe would be photographed at the crime scene, and then they pull out a white soled shoe, 2 white soled shoes out of the goddamn evidence bag inside open court. Okay? No reason for that shit. I don't know why people don't be fucking listening to me, dude. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all why people don't listen to me. Listen to the glarer! But more importantly, bro, more importantly,
strolls through the door, evidence back. Spotlight hits the courtroom floor. Trooper Bukaki strolls through the door. Evidence bag looking kinda off. The glarer squints, gives a righteous scoff. He said, "That ain't the shoe I saw. You're all blind to the fatal flaw." Everyone laughed, but deep inside they feared the truth that he couldn't hide. Oh, the glarer was right. Yeah, about the shoe and the lights. Oh, yeah, it don't match what we saw that night. Funky soul, wrong strike too tight. He don't miss, he don't bend. He's the truth from start to end. He's the glare in the mirror ball's glow, and he told you so. Trooper Bukaki reached in the sack, pulled the shoe that was way off track, but Glare knew from the heel to toe it was a fashion felony. Case closed. The jury gasped. The judge said, "Wait," but the Glare already sealed their fate with a single stare like disco steel. He turned the courtroom into a dance ordeal. He spins, he points, he struts real slow, shoe in hand with that righteous glow. He moonwalks past her weak defense and serves subpoenas with elegance. Oh, the Glare was right. Oh, he don't need hindsight. That mismatched shoe won't see daylight. Truth is funky and fierce tonight. He's the judge, he's the jury, he's the groove. When the Glare says that you better move, right about the shoe and everything too. Glarer, he outdanced you. Glare don't lie, Glare slide. That shoe was wrong and now you cry. Stay incorrect, stay incorrect. Stay incorrect.
it's important, people. Okay? It's important. You understand? Okay? Takes precedence. Takes precedence. Okay? What's going on here, bro? Are they done? Yeah, no, they're not done. I mean, they're done with the jury for the day, but I want to see if the defense got wind of the hot mic situation. Like, that's all I'm holding out for right now. That's the only reason I'm still alive, if I'm being honest. I mean, that witness was totally useless, dude. She did all the swabbing of the Lexus SUV and none of the shit got fucking tested anyway. Like, what? They didn't find any DNA on the taillight that supposedly attacked John O'Keefe's arm like a dog from one single impact, because that makes sense. Yeah. Some people are saying that it wasn't Bev, that they think it was McLaughlin. I mean, I don't know who it was, but if it was Bev or McLaughlin, then it was super unprofessional and somebody needs to be held accountable for that shit. That's what I'm saying. Bruh. All right, so what do we got here? Why haven't they had the Mythbuster guy do a recreation of said car accident? I'd pay to see that. They didn't need the Mythbusters. They got Arca. That's why. Thank you. Look at her butt. Look at her butt. It is so big. Oh, I guess that's it.
Mississippi.
Okay. Nothing. That's it. All over. I mean, I'll check other feeds, but Law and Crime's done. Yeah, everybody else who was streaming the shit. Hold on. Yeah, nothing. All right. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for me, guys. I think it's going to be it for me. It's been a long day. So I don't know. I guess we'll do this again tomorrow. Make sure to smash the like. Make sure to subscribe. If you're not subscribed already, make sure to hit the notification bell so you know when I'm going live, because I might just get a wild hair up my ass and go live again later. Who knows? But if not, I'll be live tomorrow. And yeah, man, thank you guys for all the support. You guys are incredibly generous and kind. I'm really grateful to you guys. And don't forget that I was right about the shoe. Guys, I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.